You built this monster. Yeah. Keep talking. You built this monster. Yeah. Yeah. Every answer carved deep in my bones. Every damn laugh when I stood alone. You tried to break me, thought I'd fold. Now I'm forged out of fire and coal. All that hate you threw my way turned me into what you fear today. You lit the match, now watch it burn. I took your hate and flipped the turn. You made the beast you can't control. Now I'm coming to take it all. I'm built from your hate, every word, every lie. You tried to kill me, but I learned to survive. Now I stand tall, a middle finger raised. You don't break me, you fucking made me. Built from your hate, now I don't feel shit. Turned every scar into power I spit. You fed the fire, now deal with the flame. I ain't your victim, I'm your fucking blame. I'm your fucking blame. Yeah. Your pointed finger said I never rise. Now I'm the truth that you can't deny. Every setback, every fall just made me stronger through it all. You wrote me off, but I wrote back with blood and grit and a full attack. You wanted silence, I brought the noise. You tried to bury me, I filled the void. Now I'm the echo you can't outrun. Your worst mistake, what I become. I'm built from your hate, every word, every lie. You tried to kill me, but I learned to survive. Now I stand tall, a middle finger raised. You don't break me, you fucking made me. Built from your hate, now I don't feel shit. Turned every scar into power I spit. You fed the fire, now deal with the flame. I ain't your victim, I'm your fucking blame. Say my name, yeah, scream it loud. You created me, now face me now. No regrets, no backing down. I'll wear your hate like a crown. Ooh, now I walk through the wreckage you made. Every doubt just a ghost in the shade. I don't flinch, I don't bend, I rise up again and again. You built the storm, now feel the rain. I'm your consequence wrapped in pain. I'm built from your hate, every word, every lie. You tried to kill me, but I learned to survive. Now I stand tall, a middle finger raised. You don't break me, you fucking made me. Built from your hate, now I don't feel shit. Turned every scar into power I spit. You fed the fire, now deal with the flame. I ain't your victim, I'm your fucking blame. Yeah. Remember this, you made me.
Make your browser fast.
Welcome in, everyone. It is nice to see you again. We got Jay and we got Sarah. And Sarah's got her blue dress on. We got Jolie and Val. Wendy, Carol Clark, Lori C. Welcome, 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 you all. You all do not want to miss this one. Really? So. There's a lot of things that come in black and white. Pottery, like Mackenzie Childs, napkins. What else? Uh, Even coffee comes in black and white. Cookies. Hey, Sandy Law. But now we got something better than all that. Oh, and the latest update is Wyatt is doing fantastic. Very few accidents. For the most part, he gets up, he dings the bell because we're teaching him how to ring the bell. Um, Him and Coco's getting along great. He loves the back 40 to play in now. Hey, BB and J. Hey, Wendy V. So, everything's just, I think Coco, it really definitely picked Coco's spirits up. We're going to have a couple people up on panel tonight. Davita will be here. She is at her son's, and she will be here. She said she should be home around 8:30 her time. So, she'll be up tonight. She'll be up, but like I said, she went over to her son's for the weekend, and Heather's going to be here when she decides to push the button. I'm looking at my phone when she pushes the button, Wyatt, if y'all can't tell, I'm history, okay? And like I said, his name's Wyatt Earp. Can't tell the last name, but it's Wyatt Earp. I can tell you he likes being up at 4:30 in the morning. And he starts playing at 4:30, and he plays till about 9 o'clock. And then he sleeps until Dad comes home. So, but he's in there sleeping under Dad's feet right now. So, but since we were going to have a live tonight, I took an old person nap. And when Dad came home, he was laying beside the bed with me. So, I don't care if y'all see my fingerprints on the fridge. If you look close enough, you actually might see a nose print too. No, him and Coco play in the bed way too much, and they're not allowed. Well, Coco got put in the bed because she has bad anxiety. Wyatt's not that way. He's happy to come in the bedroom, and I got a real fuzzy blanket there laying there for him. He just comes in and there he goes, all out. So, Heather, maybe if we try it. Heather, where's our Heather? And we do have a very special guest tonight. They'll be making their debut on the channel. He's both. It depends who's home. It really depends who's home. Well, Sandy, you definitely, if you miss it, you're definitely gonna watch the replay, because facts come in black and white too. So I'm waiting for our Heather to pop up here. and she can announce our special guest and what's going on, because what we're doing is all because, well, what's being done is all because of you guys, and you're supporting her, and um, determination, and to prove that, you guys weren't backing down from the truth. Good night, Sandy. Sleep well. Oh, and Sandy, if you do talk to oh God, her name just fell off my tongue. Uh, you know who I'm talking about. Please tell her that we're all thinking about her. You know, we don't. No, not villain. Um, crime scene. That's the. I still think of her quite a bit because the book is sitting in there on my big stand. So, let's see where everyone is at. Well, see, they all waited because they knew that, you guys would ask about the puppy, and you'd ask how I'm doing. So they just figured they would wait. My reception in the plane is coming. Uh, no, I don't. Um, there we go. Hi, Heather.
Hello, hang on one second.
Um, somebody's link ain't working
Okay,
because they're not backstage.
say it again.
Somebody's somebody says they're backstage, but it's not showing.
Okay, we'll let her try again. We can, hey everybody in the chat, how are y'all doing? Why is this? Okay, there it goes. My phone, I apologize. I don't know. The service keeps going in and out and spinning. So I turned it off, turned it back on, I cleared all the things. So I'm hoping. But let me know if it starts acting up. Can you hear me okay, Florida?
I can hear you perfect.
Okay. Um, so hectic day, hectic life. I hope everybody's doing okay and well as can be. Oh, I miss all y'all. So we're way behind on things, but we have a good show tonight, y'all. Just get ready. Go ahead, get some
Um,
popcorn, a Coke, some coffee,
Heather,
ma'am.
can you drop that link?
Okay, I send it to her again.
Well, she
Uh,
says I tried again.
Okay, him. Let me do 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 do.
She has your. She says have you text her.
I will. Okay, tell her to try it again.
Well, she's listening. She's in chat.
Okay. So how come my little zoomy thing won't? Okay, there you go. Now I can see the screen again. Um, so have you said anything about what we're doing tonight?
No, I was leaving that up to you and
Okay. So we have been waiting on the transcript from the phone call with the attorneys and the judge that day before we got the verdict. Um, Anticipating on some things that were in there that we want to correct. Merb over there, but more than anything, we've been wanting to go through it so y'all could kind of hear some of the things and be transparent. But the best part is the community's good friend Sarah with the blue dress.
um
Yes. What? Still
no,
not working?
I can't.
You don't see her?
No, no.
That's weird.
Guys, we even actually did a ghost run on this today.
Last night, yeah.
Well, we me and her did it today too.
Okay.
You know
So don't
what?
worry.
Hold on. Copy this. Um, Nobody
Drop it.
grabbed this except for who's supposed to grab this.
Yeah, just drop it in the chat and don't let anybody else up, no matter what it says.
Yeah. Okay. Try the one in the chat.
Surprise, surprise. That's right. That's right, Tanya. Surprise, surprise. I know we need that song in the background too. Oh. So anyway, our dear sweet, oh my gosh, precious Sarah with the blue dress on is going to come on, and she has gone over this. I don't know how many times. Like she is such a professional, and I couldn't have asked for a better person to analyze it and give her interpretation on things too. But so anyway, I just can't wait. I've spoke to her long ago on the phone, so I already know what a wonderful person she is. And I think tonight y'all will hear her voice and be able to just fall in love with her even more, like I did. And last night I got to introduce her, officially to Florida, and it was really neat. Because she has been such a great supporter and so much knowledge and brilliant writing and just her perspective we've always loved. And anyway, I couldn't be more honored. Like it just
Okay, something is wrong.
okay. So
She picked the
let
one
me,
up in chat.
huh?
She picked the one up in chat. Okay. Heather, talk a
Mm,
minute amongst.
oh, I guess she muted. Uh-oh. Oh no. Now it's just me. Oh, I feel kind of lonely. Scared. Scared. Merb stalking me. I'm sure. She's around the corner peeping. Oh, Merb. I love it. Um, so anyway, that's the gist of it. So I'm really excited. It won't take maybe an hour, but she'll do. My attorney's response was first. The judge talked to him first, and then we thought about having like an intermission to stretch our legs, get another beverage, whatever, and then do the second part with Sparky. um, I myself have not read it all the way through. Um, so I'm interested to hear it all again, and answers a lot of questions too. But anyway, so that's the gist of what's going to go on tonight. Hey, Beth. So, anything else going on fun in the world? What have y'all been doing? Are y'all planting? Are y'all hot where you are? I don't even know. The bugs. Listen, oh, the mosquitoes. It's gotten hot here quick. Valerie, can we tag everyone on Marb's channel? Yes, Beth, 100%. Yes, Sandy, it'll be fun. And I just like that she's going to read it. Like, it's so, like, for me to sit down and just read it to myself, even, like, it's so boring. And then, there's some things that you have to kind of research what they're talking about truly too. And she has some perspective to make it easy to understand things. And the whole, she's done like unbelievable the time she's put into this. So, tell us the grandbaby story. Who, Tonda, did you have one? How is the grandbabies? Okay, yes, I can talk about that. I can always talk about that. Hendrix is 2, and he is adorable. He has, at daycare, he wears little short sleeves muscle shirts, whatever you want to call it sometimes. He is brown as a biscuit, and his blonde hair is getting whiter and whiter. It's so funny. And those big blue eyes, and he's just trying to talk like a storm. And oh my gosh, everything is just amazing through him. It's so fun. So fun. He keeps me on my toes. But he is a good boy. He really, really is. And smart and just, I mean, he's everything.
Yay!
He'd be a beautiful girl. I mean, he is so cute. But a
Hey.
different personality so far. Uh-oh. I hear people. I'm not alone anymore. So anyway, that's my Gigi stories for the day.
Nope, you're
Oh, I'll tell you one other thing. One other quick thing. Hendrix, I don't know how it started with the Easter bucket. No, let me say it, it's a bucket. It's a plastic bucket. It has like monster trucks on it. And I don't know, somehow it ended up in the pantry with candy in it. And so Kelly kept putting like Hershey Kisses and little miniature bite size, whatever. And he calls it Cha Cha instead of chocolate. He says Cha Cha. Gigi, Cha Cha. So Gigi has been buying things periodically because, we want to make sure the stash stays up ahead. So he went from like Reese's peanut butter cups to Hershey Kisses, which is even better because it's smaller. Well, Gigi found some strawberry Hershey Kisses, and he thinks that is so fun to go in there. And he gets 2 because now he can count 1, 2, or whatever. So that's his new thing is cha cha. And it's so funny the way he says it. He does his lips all out, puppy, and cha cha. I don't know. Anyway, that's hilarious. But
okay. I got the picture. As soon as we are done, I will definitely show it. Heather, Sarah is on stage, so
mhm.
continue with what you were
Sarah,
saying.
Sarah, I'm sorry we had to circle around to get you. Can you hear me? Is she on mute?
I can hear you.
Okay, good, good, good. Okay, just want to make sure you can hear me. Well, like I said, without further ado, our good friend Sarah with the blue dress on. Yay, that's her. We're so excited
Surprise,
to have.
surprise.
I
Finally, I'm
know.
here.
I'm so excited to have you on anyway. But this is even more exciting. Mosquitoes. Oh,
Now,
vanilla.
this is what
Wow, I didn't know that, Red. Good to know. I know, right? Good to know. I'm out here with like spray, literally. Okay.
Sarah's going to be reading.
Sarah, I just can't thank you enough. I cannot. Um, okay. So I'll let you introduce yourself kind of or whatever you want to do, and I'll just mute. I know everybody gets to see
Okay,
hear you.
I want to, let me say, I just want to say hi
Yes.
first. I'm looking to see, let's see, who do I see here? Jay, see Ray, and I see Sandy Law and Jolie, and who else has said hi? I have a couple of devices here. Sorry, I messed up in entering StreamYards.
No, you're fine.
That's my
Listen,
maiden voyage, as we said.
it would not be
Not
normal if we
something I'm
didn't.
used to.
It would be normal if we didn't have hiccups.
I'm glad we
Fine.
practiced last night. And
Yes,
everybody, we have the greatest plan. We have the greatest community. I just love everybody.
I know. They're
I'm
sending
excited to be
hearts.
here. We had a good time last night. Thank you
They're
for
right.
helping me through this.
Oh no, I've been honored. I mean, we've tried to do this for weeks and weeks, and I was sick for almost a month, and then I don't know, I just kept putting it off and timing and all the things. But how long we've been doing this way before while Mark was on vacation, maybe
This
before. I'm not sure.
was
Oh, before, yeah.
starting to be planned, to be honest,
Forever.
right before I went to Vegas
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, true. It's
back
been
in back in May.
yeah.
But between Zeus dying and Heather being sick and her schedule getting changed and Sarah getting hurt, she's out touching grass, and looking at palm trees. Um, things just got delayed a little bit. So
Yes, I've had this document for a while and wanted to read over it and really try to understand it. And frankly, I typed it over so it was going to be easier for me to read, leaving out a lot of just extra words that are unnecessary because it was a phone conference. And that's what we need to remember. This wasn't what occurred in the bench trial. This is the phone conference that happened afterwards, right, Heather?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
This was the phone
The
conference
call.
that often happened after the bench trial.
Yes, yes. This is why we were waiting, and we thought we were going to get the verdict that day. And we all at 3 o'clock, we're sitting on pins and needles, waiting and waiting, and blah 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 blah. Yes, this is that call.
So I went over this. I wanted to be able to have it be as understandable as possible. And I also took the opportunity, because it seems I'm a lifetime learner and student, I took the opportunity to do a lot of research. And so I'll be presenting a couple of other things before I actually read the transcript. I hope that's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Listen. We're. It's very complicated, and it's hard to explain. So, 100%, I'm so grateful for all that you have done. So, yes, you do it. I already know all the things you have going on, and I'm tickled.
Okay.
So, you just do it however you want to do. We are at your disposal.
And you know what from a light-hearted
Mhm.
perspective, I would like to let Florida know I really appreciate the thumbnail. Other things come in black and white as well, like swans. There are white swans and there are black swans.
Mhm.
And it was disclosed that when I first came to YouTube, my icon was a duck, which is a sort of swan, but Florida really listens. So I appreciate it, Florida. That was really clever of you.
well,
Bravo.
did you see the ones up in the corner hiding? If anybody would have seen them,
Oh, I don't know if I did. The
yeah, there's
swan.
two. There's two swans up in the corner.
Oh, I didn't see those. I'll look at the thumbnail again. Actually, I took a screenshot of it because I sent it to a friend who knows I'm doing this. So I
That makes
appreciated
sense.
that. This has been fun, and um, it's been interesting because when I started going over this, the people that are in chat, most of them, I think, now know my true identity, which I have a lot of freedom now. I was freed. Thank you very much. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise. Merv over there in her real life. I got a text one night. I was almost asleep. I thought, well, look, it might be important. Something about, do you know Sarah? Sally? Who is Merv talking about? I'm like, I have no idea. I had no idea what your real name was. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't matter to me. And here goes Merv.
But
He just
Sarah
told
is
me.
my real name, as well as I explained to
Yes.
you last night. Sally
Right.
is a nickname for Sarah,
Oh, 100%.
and I have a legal doing business as. It's how I've been known for 30 years as a professional. And I thought about changing my name legally. However, my mother named me after someone special in her life. And out of respect to my mother, God rest her soul, now I get teared up. passed away in October. So, out of respect to her, I never changed it legally. But I'm more familiar with being referred to as Sarah than I am Sally. Uh, Sally, Sarah, Swan, thinking about birds that mate for life. Who would ever name a child Sarah? It's a nice little game that was played, and I took the opportunity to let you all know who I was myself. I'm proud of who I am. I am who I am. I am who have said I am. And now I am very comfortable coming up and just being able to be myself.
I was so shocked when I got that memo and figured it all out, but she's a piece of crap. She wanted to go after your profession, let's just be honest. But luckily, again, God is good. Timing is everything. I've said this through this whole entire journey. And then, isn't it wonderful that you're able to retire and she can't go after anything or do, any crazy stuff like she likes to do.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to enjoy your life and, you know,
Okay.
darn, it just gave you extra time to be able to do all this research for me. And if you're not subbed to her channel and her community posts, she writes brilliantly. I mean, it just kills me. It's what a talent. So,
Okay. Now this I'm going to put out there in
okay,
the
so
midst before we go any farther. Okay. We have our right to our opinions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We show on the screen facts. Um, do but we're all respectful. It does not, how do I say this? It does not mean that we are wishing harm. We are wishing emotional stress. We are wishing hate. We are not wishing none of, no. But each of us has our own personal opinion, and everyone here is free to talk about it and chat about it.
Well, on top of that, Florida, we also have been presenting actual evidence
well, not to
for a
interrupt, but this is
very
part of
long
the case.
time.
It's fighting for fair use, and we have a right to an opinion. You can't silence us. We can say what we want just as well as she can, but we want to show the proof. Here is the document. This is what was said. Now, however you
Well,
want to interpret it, it is what you want to be in your opinion. Everybody has that right, as well as my attorney has the right to look over the transcript and say his opinion. You know what I mean? Some hold more weight than others, but Sarah has done her due diligence in looking at fairly. She asked me some tough questions last night. And, some parts I told her, this is how I feel, or this is what,
well,
happened. This, whatever. I've tried to be as fair about it all along, even though I don't even care what she thinks. It doesn't
well,
matter. It's irrelevant.
I was kind of hitting on more like if somebody said she's got a beak, that's their opinion. Or, if they think she's a, okay, that's their opinion. They have a right to,
100%.
but evidence is evidence and it comes in black and white, and we have it.
Well,
Yes.
we have
And
the
we've been
evidence and
showing
the
it.
receipts, Jolie says. Yes, 100%.
We've
And
been
there's
showing
clips,
it.
there's, everything. Just like in the trial, everything it is on the record, regardless. In the end, we all know whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to get.
Well, we've been showing it from the beginning because in the beginning, the documents were actually read by Wendy on
Right,
It's Randy's Life.
right,
So there weren't creators that were just speaking to a camera and saying what happened.
right.
We've been showing the actual evidence from the very beginning and have been accused of showing nothing.
Yeah, that's what's ludicrous. And again, we've always often said everybody knows the names. Go look them up on Pacer. You can, for very little money, pull them up and make your own account and view it yourself. We tried to load as many as we could on both sides, and you know, what happened, as we all know, it got drug out. There was like a whole lot of time in between. It was really boring, and it just, I don't know, whatever. But we'll talk about, the gist of the end of this trial, what we feel like the future will hold with this case. But, at the end, but, it's an important one, regardless. And that's why I will never regret it at 100%. It will make a difference. Her salmon is on the docket. It is on, on federal court. It is in federal court that she's the one that exploits her children. That she's the one doing the shady crap. 100%. But whatever. Anyway,
I want to address something I saw J.C. Ray um, said something to Jeanette just in case she's watching tonight. Jeanette, as we all know, was a longtime supporter and defender of Carolyn. And I know I saw what happened. If Jeanette's here, as J.C. Ray said, Jeanette asked a lot of really good questions and they were never answered. So if she's here, I hope some of them are answered this evening.
yes, because you're right. She did question things, and they had the right to ask them. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, right or wrong, it wasn't going to hurt her side any worse if she just showed the things, all the documents. Why would it matter? You still can have your opinion on what you think. Your attorney's doing a better job than mine, or, blah, 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 all the little crap in between. But the documents and the evidence speak for themselves. It is what it is. I can't fudge it. Here it is. You know what I mean? I wanted the community to know exactly what was going on with every penny we spent. Every one of those documents cost a lot of money, and what we did, and it wasn't frugal. She thinks that this is ridiculous, that nobody would have ever took this case. That is not what we found. That's not what the judge says. That's not what everything, you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous.
It's also not what I have found in the transcript, and it's also not what I found in internet research.
Yeah. And so, I
Heather,
mean, that's,
you are a commoner who had no experience doing anything like this. You had also never intended to have a YouTube channel, but
right.
because you were defending a dear friend and wanted to see justice done and the truth to be told, you got yourself into something that you never anticipated finding yourself in.
Oh,
And to be able to go to federal court when most of these cases never even make it to the court,
right.
your case had merit. Otherwise, it would have never been heard by this judge. And
And that's the biggest,
that's clear.
I think, at the end, looking back, I didn't realize how rare it was. I mean, I knew it was somewhat, a risk because I remember him telling me if we make it to this point, we make it to this point. But I never had any doubt we wouldn't go. So I don't know. But once it was over, then I really realized, oh man, this was really unheard of. And he took it. I mean, I think they took it because they wanted to see what. I mean, whatever the odds were. It's crazy. That little old channel that started off with nothing in New
But you
York.
didn't even know how to edit videos.
Yes, I mean, like how stupid is this whole thing? When you look back and think, wow, what a journey. But when Thingamajig asked me one time, would you do it again? I sure would. I sure would. I don't regret it. I mean, I hate it had to come to that. I wish things could be a little bit different,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't. I don't. No, I have no regrets. She's a piece of crap. And if I had to go all the way to New York and tell a judge that she was, and that's how we needed to do it, because the truth was the truth. I knew it was going to be easy. I wasn't worried. There's a lot of things in between that's hard. Co- what I think is ethically or morally should be right, and it's not necessarily always the law. So, I mean, there is that gray area that I would butt heads with sometimes. But how come we can't show this? Or how come we can't? You know what I mean? That part's hard when she's such a, I don't even know the word, horrible person all the way around. Like you
Uh,
can't fathom trying to explain it and not look like a lunatic trying to say the things.
Beth, I did tell Jackie that this was coming up tonight, and she said if she could, she would be watching. But you do know she was with her daughter for her birthday this week, so she may end up catching it on the replay.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she will.
So,
Great. So what I'm going to start with
Right.
is repeat what I said earlier. This is a transcript of a phone conversation. So, as is true of anything that's written by AI, emotion, tone, affect is not picked up at all. So, there's no emotion, there's no interpretation of what was being said except the words. It's the words are the only thing that were picked up when this phone conversation was transcribed. So, I think that number one is an important point that needs to be emphasized. And then I know that there are going to be 3 links that are going to be provided that are evidence of what we are speaking about as truth. And they're also evidence to show that things that Carolyn has told her community or her supporters have tried to say are true that aren't, are these 3 things. She pointed out that somebody had written an article, and the article is called In 512F. The F stands for futility. Schaefer versus, and I'm not going to actually say her last name, Schaefer versus Carolyn. And this is written August 2025, and it's written by an attorney who's a professor. And my take on it is he's a professor, and this is a little tongue in cheek. So I want to point out that F does not stand for futility. F in 512, I looked up, and from the Cornell Law School, the Legal Law School, the Legal Information Institute, specifically, what is the F in 512? It is not futility. It is simply the letter of the portion of the long case law of copyright and fair use, which is 512 period. It's in outline form. So any of us, whoever went to school and had to make an outline, we had Roman numeral number 1, we had A, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or A, and however the outline was done. F is for it's in the section for fair use and misrepresentation. That is what this case was about. So the F doesn't stand for futility. It's just a letter
Merb.
in
You hear
the
that,
long
Merb?
outline.
Yeah, Merb was the one that kept saying that.
Yes.
So stupid. Freaking idiot. Okay, go ahead.
It was.
I mean, really, it's just mind boggling on some of this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, she read the article as if what this law professor, a credible, allegedly, and I'm sure he is credible, but it's not what it stands for. And she presented it to her community as if this case should have never gone to trial in the first place. It was a waste of time, it was a waste of money, it was a waste of, emotion. It wasn't a waste. It's been made very clear this case was significant. And someday in the future, there will be case law, and we'll get to that later. But anyway, I wanted to just make sure that that was very clear. And then there's another piece of information that was discussed, and that was, can you appeal a case that's been dismissed with prejudice? And the argument was, no, you cannot appeal a case. And then there were questions about, why didn't you appeal the case, Heather? So they've gone back and forth between you can't appeal a case, and then they want to know why you didn't appeal the case. The fact of the matter is, and the link is from Can Federal Case, where did this come from? Legal Guide Team, February 18th, 2026 is what I printed out. You can appeal a case that has been dismissed in federal court. You cannot file the same case but you can, in exactly the same way, as far as if that's the prejudiced aspect of it. But as far as appealing, it has to meet certain criteria. And based on what I looked up, and the links will be provided. So if anybody is interested in reading through the information that will be provided, you will see under what circumstances a federal case on copyright law can be appealed. Plain and simple. The evidence, and it was being presented as if,
Okay, you're bumping your phone again.
oh, did I bump the phone? I'm sorry, I'm moving paper around.
That's okay.
Okay,
So
so I
yes,
think,
apparently at some point she questioned or made a big deal about we couldn't appeal or some. I guess apparently, but that was stupid. Yes, we could have, and we considered it 100%. I mean, I was honest. I think I told y'all my reasoning. You know, I struggled. I had 30 days, and I spent 29 days thinking about it,
mhm.
100%. Um, and we had a huge. Well, it doesn't matter. But at some point, you just I don't even know. It was going to be time again. Like it could be a year before it even got to the appellate court. You know what I mean? Like it just, the amount of time waiting again for something, it just, at that point seems so exhausting financially and all the things. It just kind of, I don't know. When do you call when? It's like a gamble, a roulette. You spin the wheel. And that's the way I looked at it. You know, do we gamble another 20,000? I, I I wish I could have, 100%. But at some point, you just have to stop.
And it's more than the 20,000. It's also the time it took from your life.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, it just, I don't know. I don't know. But it
I want
definitely
to,
legally could have 100%. The second chair, well, not really second chair, the extra attorney that we had at trial that was part of the firm does a lot of pellet stuff. And so he looked at it greatly. And we had several calls at length about it because he was pretty positive there were some issues. But you know, it's like anything. Well, what's that percentage? You know what I mean? Oh, it looks like I only, I'm just gonna say like 80%. You know what I mean? Okay, but you could get to pellet. They could just say, we don't want to mess with it and send it back down the same judge again. He could dismiss it and it cost me a ton of money, or we have to retry it or some kind of mess. I don't think they call it a retrial, but there's a whole nother. So that's just as honest as I can be. And I really don't even remember all the things anymore on what the conditions were. Probably hearing it tonight will refresh my memory. Um, but I don't care. I'm still proud. So go ahead. That's the
you
end of
have
that.
every right to be. And thank you, Jackie, for being a part of this. You helped to make it
100%.
successful. I'm very appreciative of
I
how
mean,
Jackie.
every one of y'all. I mean, you sent money when we were there for us to eat dinner one time, and while we were in New York. I mean, every one of y'all just coming in and supporting us, and all along, this was a journey. Everybody, I wasn't there. I mean, I said it 1,000 times. I wasn't there just for me. And I took every part of this very serious in every decision. Um, but
Well, and as we said all along, we are all held to the no. It wasn't just you. And we had fun the night that you left to go to New York. We spent the entire evening on Florida's Live, just
yeah,
chatting and supporting and having a
it was
fun
so fun.
packing and driving to the airport. We're all held to the no.
Oh yeah, and that's what makes her mad. She thinks whatever. We all know what she thinks, and it burns her tail. And watching her demise. I mean, again, I don't have time to watch her. So I get clips here and there, but very little. And then I think about it. Somebody mentioned, I'll go over there and look at her views. I'm like, well, again, it's all using your own words. You've done it to yourself. The judge tells you in here, it is you. It is your own doing. But anyway, I'll unmute because I'm out
The
here.
next, so the next thing, we'll get to the transcript in just a few seconds. The next thing I want to point out is I found something when I was researching about copyright and fair use in federal court, trials, blah, blah, blah. And I found something. It doesn't happen very often, but the first thing that came up was this, an exact example in federal court copyright law. This exact scenario recently played out in the federal case Schaefer versus Carolyn, 2025. The case involved a digital copyright dispute under DMCA section 512F. So there it is. It's a section. Misrepresentation is F. Regarding whether a creator properly considered fair use before using video takedown notices after extensive discovery that was submitted by Heather. The federal court explicitly stated that the evidence falls just short of proving the defendant acted in bad faith. Because the plaintiff's evidence is just short, the court dismissed the claims with prejudice, ruling the defendant, even though the case was incredibly close. So I do want to point out again, it shows that it had merit in making it all the way to a trial, and that this is significant. The bad faith is, we all understand what Carolyn's bad faith was. You couldn't present enough evidence in order to prove that. But the difference in having a bench trial versus a jury trial was, in a jury trial, there would have been a decision on a winner and a loser. But in a bench trial, the case is just dismissed. There's a big difference. And I do want to point out that, and Carolyn understands this very clearly as someone who's been reporting on true crime for a long time. When someone in a criminal or civil case in a jury trial is found not guilty is not equivalent to innocence. So Carolyn was not found innocent in this. It was dismissed. I have responded to, in this presentation, other questions that have been posed. And my reaction to it is, this was a significant victory for Heather. And the transcript, which you'll see, makes it clear what the judge's opinion was on this. Bullying was the motive, not protecting intellectual property. Only Carolyn was allowed to exploit her children in her videos. The judge did not understand that the bad faith originated on Heather's part. Heather did not present in court or with her discovery with a lack of credibility. So this was not a significant victory because it was dismissed. I mean, I guess it could be considered by her that she won and it's victorious because it was dismissed. Because if it had been a jury trial, she actually escaped legal consequences. That is what is a victory for her. She escaped legal consequences. That's it. It doesn't mean she was innocent of falsely striking you. That's just, it's not it's an educated opinion based on the research that I've done. So people can do with that what they want, and they can look at the links when they're provided and come to their own conclusion. We here in this community are very open to hearing other opinions from people. And we've also been very open to having outsiders panel up and come and talk about this in a rational manner. For those in the back, dismissed. Okay, Carol Clark, dismissed. Thank you, Carol. Okay. Let me see.
And just one other note,
Mm-hmm.
we had to respond because Sparky and them put a bill in for whatever $80,000 that we're supposed to pay their attorney fee. And the judge gave ample time for both attorneys to put their paperwork in about it. I think we showed that. That was at the end of December. Nothing has happened except Sparky has replied to the judge 3 times to remind the judge. So recently, because Merv's over there scrimping her pennies between the dogs and her vacation and whatever her views, scapegoat over there, they decided to file another one. Probably not long after one of the lives where I told her, enough was enough. We're gonna leave this alone, and you just keep on picking and keep on picking. He made videos, harassing videos, and we just got through Docs and Sarah, just ridiculousness. So the door opened again. So we are where we are. But so the point is, I just wanted to let y'all know that hasn't the decision on the money has not been made yet. Hadn't heard anything from the judge or my attorney about it. So we just keep waiting. I'm confident, you know. Can I say 100%? No, I can't. No, you know what I mean. But I'm very hopeful about it, and there's no way. There's no way they're gonna give her that kind of money at all. But she can hope. I just wouldn't, book another trip or plan on buying some more shells, Merv.
All right. So let's see. I have some more information here based on this kind of a case. Many video creators know the frustration of receiving a bogus DMCA takedown. There's a legal remedy under 17 USC 512F. You can sue if someone knowingly misrepresents, again, that's the F. If someone knowingly misrepresents that your work infringes copyright via the takedown notice or files a meritless counter notification. You were not filing meritless counter notifications. But winning a 512F case isn't easy. Courts set a high bar for success, and only a handful of cases succeed. I highlight that. Only only a handful of cases actually succeed. The cases that are referenced a lot in this case are the Lens, which is case law regarding music that was related to Prince. And then I want to point out, because see, this is what I had to do research on, because I kept hearing the 4 elements and I wasn't clear what the 4 elements were. Were the 4 elements things that you had to prove, or were the 4 elements, the 4 elements actually were things that you had to prove, but they come from someplace legally. Elements to prove to support a 17 USC 512 claim. The 4 points are material representation. The takedown notice contained a false statement that directly caused the removal or disabling of the content. For an example, a person files a takedown notice fully aware that the other party has fair use rights. Number 2, knowledge. The person filing a takedown knew the representation was false or acted with willful blindness. That comes into play when I read the transcripts. We couldn't prove what Carolyn had on her mind. That is the only thing that the case fell short with. We could not prove what Carolyn had in her mind at the time she was making the takedown notices. What I'm going to say is I talked to Heather when it was happening. I started doing research and writing that I was going to write to the judge and to the attorney, not with any anticipation it was going to change the decision, because I started doing this after the decision had been made, but as a therapist and as a mental health professional for a very long period of time, 30 years. And fortunately, I was so lucky to have been mentored and supervised and befriended by some of the most respected people in the profession, people that are known worldwide, people who are well published, people who have written seminal books that have been translated into every language. I was very fortunate. And what I will say, at some point, I think that case law will be created that still there's going to be a high bar, but a mental health professional, an expert witness, could take the stand and provide information that shows what our thoughts are, influence our behavior. And all of us know that Carolyn's thoughts were not really about protecting her intellectual property. Carolyn was angry. She didn't know who Held to the No was. And she was striking because she knows the process and she knows it well. She doesn't just have a minimal understanding. Carolyn knows this process well because she's done it over and over and over countless times. She was angry. She wanted to find out who was behind Held to the No. Her anger fueled her behavior. That's my professional, educated opinion. And I believe that in the future, mental health professionals will be able to take a stand and provide information that will lead to circumstantial evidence. No, it's not direct evidence that we can't read her mind by hooking, or we can't read anybody's mind by hooking them up to electrodes. You could do that and see what areas of the brain are lighting up and then understand what those areas of the brain, what function those areas of the brain serve. But circumstantial evidence of, look at this pattern of behavior, look at the thoughts, and we know what the thoughts were, not because we're guessing. They were said outright over and over and over and over again in her lives. They are evidence in her videos how angry she was. And we also know, and I do want to point out, Carolyn, in the transcripts, the judge mentions why Carolyn didn't file a lawsuit against you. And the claim is that it was for a lack of money. Well, Carolyn started a GoFundMe before you actually filed your papers. And that GoFundMe was for her as a plaintiff to sue Natasha Cooper for harassment and bullying. She never changed the purpose of that GoFundMe. So Carolyn, we have asked over and over, where did that $23,000 go to? That could have been money that you could have sued Heather if you really, really believed that she was stealing your intellectual property. You weren't so interested in that. You were pissed and you were acting in a retaliatory manner. This goes on to say, you hit the central frustration of online copyright law. Proving bad faith requires showing a subjective state of mind, which is almost impossible to legally prove without a paper trail. So that just plays into what I just said. And there are issues related to the weaponization of good faith misunderstandings. Many people who issue copyright strikes genuinely do not understand fair use. They operate under the false impression that, and this is a quote, "It is my video, I own it, and no one else is allowed to use any part of it without my permission." What's interesting is in the transcripts, that is almost an exact quote that you will hear later on. Because fair use is a subjective 4-factor test that only a federal judge can truly decide, a striker can easily tell a court, "I thought they used too much of my video, so I honestly believed it violated my copyright." Unless the victim can prove the striker explicitly knew it was fair use and lied anyway, the court will accept the ignorance as a valid defense. So Carolyn can pay lip service and say, well, I researched fair use, so I have a minimal understanding of fair use.
You're
That's,
moving. You're
that's
moving
what
again.
you say. Go ahead. I didn't hear you.
You're like shuffling again.
You know what? I have papers on my computer. I'm sorry. I have so many papers. Is that better?
Yes. Just keep them
Okay.
away from the phone or whatever. It's picking up.
Yeah, I had them sitting on the computer. So
Sorry.
sorry.
No,
This
you're
is my
fine.
maiden voyage. Forgive my
Okay.
mistakes.
Honey,
Okay,
like
number
we got it. We
two.
got it. Okay.
Retaliation masked as copyright protection. In cases involving commentary reaction videos, which is what you are, or deep dive critiques, the real motivation is almost always anger, embarrassment, or a desire to suppress criticism. This is famously spotlighted in the major YouTube legal battle of, and this is a hard name to pronounce, Hazenzadah versus Klein, and that is in the transcript. Um, the case exposed how creators used copyright strikes as legal shields against bullied or being criticized. The loophole, important word, strikers know that YouTube's automated system functions on a guilty until proven innocent, quite the opposite of true crime. The strategy, they used the strike to instantly delete the critical video and damage the critic's channel, knowing they can just claim in court that they were defending their property rather than admitting they were mad about the commentary. To win a loss, how, and then the third one, how the mind reading standard protects strikers. To win a lawsuit against someone who gave you a false copyright strike, you must show subjective bad faith. The court looks at very specific evidence to pierce through their excuses. So there's a lot more information there that I don't need to read because we do want to move into reading the transcript. I hope that at least gives some basic information about, what we're looking at with this case, and to provide evidence that what her side has presented is not based on fact. And that's what we do here. We deal with the truth. Are there any, or does Chad or anybody have questions? Does anybody want to get up and, get something to drink or?
Well, and the part that I love is that you broke it down into 4 increments of what they were looking for. And again, it goes along with the dismissal when the judge, when I keep saying we won 3 out of 4 things. The part of
Right.
her mind is the part. She can say whatever her research was, or I knew fair use. I've been doing a blog all my life, blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't dare put my channel in jeopardy for the wrong reason, all this hoopla she tried to spill. But like you said, mentally had my attorney listened better at the overall fuck shit she does and went harder, I think we would be in a different situation. But it is what it is. He was about the law, the case law, just a different mindset on some of it. That's where, sometimes there's a part of me, I wish this or that, but that would be the only thing that 100% I regret. I felt like sometimes in it, he wasn't truly listening to the overall picture. Um, so I think he, in my opinion, lagged. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But that is, transparent. That's the part, 100%, according to the judge, that we lost. That was explained with you with the mental part, and I do believe in the future that would have made a huge difference because her mental state is in question apparently more than I thought that. Um, and we definitely had enough on her. So she's very, very lucky. Very, very lucky. She knows it. But anyway, go ahead.
Right. Well, as I said earlier, I kept hearing the 4 elements, and I really was not sure. And I did not want to come on and present something that I wasn't clear about. So I took time to research it. Um, I'm a professional was a professional. I'm a retired professional, but the work that I do and the work that I wanted to do for Heather, I wanted to be as thorough as possible so that it was understood. And it was also interesting because this was a year ago, almost in July. So I needed to refresh my memory. And I think, at least I hoped anyway, that tonight people would be interested in maybe having their memory refreshed as well as to really what this was all about and what went into the decision. So I hope that it was helpful.
Oh, 100%. I've learned a lot just what you've done. You know, it refreshed my memory too. And I don't know, a lot of times it was hard to explain what was going on and be able to say everything out loud without caution and it makes sense. When half the time I'm trying to understand it myself, you know, at the end of the day. Um, but anyway, so I'll
Well, we
let
know
you can
legal
go ahead and
issues
start.
are difficult to understand.
Yeah.
That's why I listen to Emily D. Baker or
Right.
Lawyer You Know when I'm following a case. I like to listen to some of their videos as well because they explain a lot of the legal issues that I don't understand. That wasn't my profession. But I do know how to research, and I know how to research well.
Yeah, Sandy, you remember during the trial, they asked me why I created the channel was because she was trying to find out, you know, it was to protect, you know, we were anonymous to protect ourselves because that was her forte was to find out who people were behind their screen names and dox them and go after them on their job and do all the things. So yes, ma'am. Um,
Okay, great. I'm glad she asked that
I
question.
can't remember exactly what I said, but yeah, it was explained how dangerous she was.
Any
Okay.
others?
That's the only one I see so far.
Okay. Everyone's okay for me to go on?
Yes,
Florida?
she's here. She's just in the chat.
Okay, perfect. All
Okay.
right. So the first part that I'm going to read here is Mr. Phillips. Jonathan Phillips was Heather's attorney, and he's the first one to present in court. Starts with the judge. So we're gathered here telephonically to allow for argument after trial. I have read the post-trial memorandum from both sides. He then gives Heather's attorney, Mr. Phillips, the floor. Mr. Phillips, attorney, speaking on behalf of his client. Okay, I know you have received everything. I will be very brief. We'll stress a few things that are essentially, as a matter of law, fair use is entitled to protections under the law. And let me just interject, if anybody has any questions while I'm reading this, just speak up and I'll stop. Otherwise, I'll just continue. Okay?
Okay, babe.
Yes, there's proof copyright laws are protectable. That is why DMC allows for takedown notices. But fair use is not just an excuse, an alleged infringement. As the Lens Court says, it fully endorses, authorizes, and Congress has pointed out that fair use is entitled to protection of intellectual property. That protection comes in the form of being able to submit counter notices for things such as fair use. And we know Carolyn, the defendant, stated that counter notices are a loophole. And Congress did that by saying any damages can be recovered. He continues with stating the court went so far as to say things like computer power use, electricity could be, monetary damages could be recovered. Mr. Phillips continues. Carolyn said, and I'm going to repeat, this isn't exactly how the transcript reads because I am not using her last name and I will not use the last name of her attorney. And everybody here knows why I will not be doing that. Even though it's public record and I could, I've decided not to. Carolyn said when she was stealing mad sometime later that she would take down any amount or any video used in any amount of her videos. She said she told people, I told you, you've been told That is an ongoing policy. We can tell by looking at her reporting when she reported and what she was looking up. She really wasn't concerned about copyright concerns. She was concerned about non-copyright issues, which is why she submitted the DMCAs. She was concerned about bullying and harassment and other things. She said that in the takedown notices. She actually said those things. So we can't consider fair use for copyright if you're filing a notice for different reasons, which is what we believe the evidence shows, because she said it. Judge: I don't think that's necessarily so. You can be motivated by what you think is bullying, but that doesn't mean you didn't consider fair use. Well, of course, that's common sense. Mr. Phillips: That's fair, Judge. Good point. You can be motivated for one purpose while still going through with a fair use analysis. But we know from her browser history she did not. Look at Hell to the Nose exhibit. A timeline of everything she looked at when she looked at it. There's nothing about fair use around any of the reportings, and she has stated that is everything she looked at. Even the videos were part of her browser history. We do believe the documentary evidence contradicts her testimony at the hearing, and the vast majority or preponderance of evidence demonstrates she wasn't truly considering fair use. And she couldn't have, in our view, based on what the evidence shows, because she was reporting 6 seconds, according to what she reported to YouTube. She reported a 6-second clip out of a 6-minute video, which aligns with her stated policy, quote, "I'll report any amount of your video if you use my video. She will strike any amount." So fair use wasn't protecting the original expression, which is the DMC provides the protection for counter notices. And Congress incentivized cases like this to prevent that kind of abuse of the striking notice system, which we know Carolyn abuses. That's my words. I'm adding to the transcript there. Mr. Phillips asked the judge, if he has any questions. Judge: Yes, I have a few. Exhibit 3 to the post-trial memo, the defendant's browser history. Yes. Yes, answers Mr. Phillips. 2021 browser history. So the evidence indicates on specific dates she did visit fair use and copyright issues on a YouTube template. Judge continues, gives other examples stating, granted, this is before, several months before the first takedown notice. She visited Copyright Fair Use Citing Guide, but there are others. Another one that's closer on February 11th, 2022. The line on page 6, visited Copyright Fair Use Citing Guide, page 6. So why is that, this is still the judge, so why is that not evidence that she did consider fair use? Mr. Phillips: Our contention of what those are is they correspond to her doing that for herself. Judge: I get that, but why does it not at least demonstrate the notion that Carolyn understands the concept of fair use at a minimum, right? Mr. Phillips: I don't think we can argue Carolyn doesn't have a passing understanding of fair use. We're not contending she doesn't understand. We are contending that she has some understanding of fair use and ignored it. Obviously, it says searched for fair use and disclosure template, and that addresses what I said earlier. Anybody who knows anything about fair use and striking, they can actually type into their computer that they were looking at fair use, and they do it because they know it's going to be looked at in court. They're not doing it because they're really going through a process of trying to figure out whether or not their strike is legitimate. Obviously, it says searched for fair use and disclosure template, but the fair use citing guide pardon me, LibGuides at Tri-County, we have no idea what that actually says. We do not know. She did not point to any of those in her discovery responses. And she pointed instead to 3 links that support google.com, and only one of which actually discusses fair use, but she didn't actually label it. And her first point, she didn't discuss fair use at all. The second point made a passing mention of fair use, which was the link she could have looked into further if she wanted to. As Carolyn testified, she could have looked at it, but her browser history shows she did not look at it. She put it in much earlier in the case. That's what she considered, meaning she said that she considered it, but she said that much later during the process of getting to trial. Yet they don't actually talk about fair use, which we believe further demonstrates she wasn't looking into fair use at the time. Bottom line, Judge, that's a very long answer to what your core question was. We are not suggesting she doesn't have a passing understanding of fair use. We believe she does, and she ignored it. Judge, this April 2021, if that's the only one, it leads to a much more tenuous position. But in 2021, she was educating herself on the concept of fair use. And then a month later, she is also visiting sites that discuss fair use. So not only does she have a concept of fair use, even if it may be a contorted one, the point is she has an understanding. She looked it up, paid lip service. That's my words. But I understand your answer. This is the judge. Judge continues with further questions. This is stressed throughout. So the video where defendant says, I told you, and you've been told, that if you put my intellectual property, my videos, into your videos, any amount of it, I will strike it. That's from 2023, correct? And if I remember correctly, Heather, and those of you who were actually at the trial, that was a recording that blared loudly in court, right? It was kind of shocking to hear her say that.
Right.
How emphatic she was when she said it. Mr. Phillips, correct. It came after the takedowns. Judge, right. So the extent that I understand your inference, Mr. Phillips, that statement is she can care less about fair use. She is not going to consider fair use if she sees even 1 second of what she considers her intellectual property in anybody else's videos except her own. She is going to take them down. So your argument is that shows she has no intention whatsoever, never did have any intent of taking into consideration fair use before issuing takedown notice, right? That's the argument you want to make, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips, yes, that is correct, based on her past. And then there's some indiscernible speech, it says in the transcript. So again, remember, this was a phone conference call. Judge.
Honestly, it's probably where Sparky is interrupting constantly.
That's what I was thinking. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because we spoke last night, and we've spoken before, about the difference of how a judge might act in a jury trial and a bench trial. My guess is that the judge would not have referred to her attorney as Sparky in a jury trial. That's just my opinion. Mr. Phillips, yes, that is correct, based on her past indiscernible speech. Judge, why is it not implicit when she says she's going to take it down because it's not fair use? It's not protected fair use? Why can't that be an inference that could be drawn? Good judge. I mean, he's asking very good questions. Excellent. That's why he's in the position he's in. Mr. Phillips, because in our view, Carolyn testified that she knows about fair use, and she knows about the amount of substantiability, and what was taken is in fact a consideration of fair use. So by saying I'm ignoring the entire fair use, factors set forth by Congress, which is the amount of substantiality, She has not just said that, in our view, it is implicitly the opposite, that she is not considering fair use because she is stating her policy is to ignore one of the 4 enumerated factors. There's the 4 elements. And this is where, again, it goes to she does know about fair use, and she knows that's one of the factors. She's just ignoring it. Judge. Okay, so a blanket statement saying, even if it's 1 second, I'm taking it down, is an acknowledgement she could not have considered fair use in making that statement. Mr. Phillips, correct. And that she followed through in taking down videos that used only 5 or 6 seconds, according to what she reported. Judge, okay, because of the chronology of events, you've got takedown notices in March and then separate set of takedown notices in November. I suppose an argument could be made that your case is stronger as it relates to November because after the March takedowns, your client Heather makes it very clear in her counter notice that her postings are an example of fair use, so the takedowns shouldn't have happened. It put the defendant on notice before the November takedown notice. Defendant Carolyn submits exactly what it is Heather is saying, protected her ability to post what she posted. Do you have a different view on that, or do you think the cases are equal as to the March and November? Mr. Phillips, just to clarify, I think it was September, so there was a mistake made, and they go back and forth on that. Judge, but my point is that not only is there a gap in time, there's an intervening fact that your client's counter notice, putting Carolyn on notice, thinks, believes, not frivolous, her post, that you did not file frivolous counter notices. Your posts are protected by fair use, right? Mr. Phillips, correct. And I think that is absolutely right, Judge, that we could posit here it's a stronger case for the second wave because of exactly what you said. She's on notice that our client's position, whether she agrees with it or not, our client Heather's position, as stated by Attorney Darwich, was that these are fair use. So she, Carolyn, knew that going into the second wave of takedown notices. Yes, Judge. Judge. And the counter argument to the counter argument would be, even if she was aware of it, and even if she was wrong, she, Carolyn, nonetheless believes they were not protected by fair use, and that's why she submits the second wave of takedown notices. Mr. Phillips, correct. Judge, right? And then this is where I did right. Sparky seems to have interrupted here. I'm sorry, that question is directed only to Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips, in fairness to Carolyn, I guess, not to make further argument, but in fairness, I do think that she could, and she may try to argue later, that actually knowing they thought it was fair use put Carolyn on notice to actually undertake that analysis at a latter point. So I don't think on one hand it's the use, like the latter, one should be stronger because she is on notice, and she did it anyway. On the flip side, they could say, yeah, we were on notice, so we definitely considered it the second time around. I think that all comes together after being told twice by counter notices, her position still remains that I told you, which I won't belabor any longer. Either way you look at it, if you try to look at the latter round having notice as a good thing for the plaintiff Heather or a good thing for the defendant Carolyn, ultimately Carolyn undercuts herself by making the latter statement that it's been her position for some time. Any amount should be taken down. So it seems like the counter notice, which she knows about them, or whether she knows about them or not, had no effect on her position. Judge, okay, stand by, Mr. Phillips. I'm sure I will come up with something that I forgot to ask, but in the meantime, let's hear from the defense. So there's the end of part 1 of the transcript. Any commentary, questions? I've obviously not been looking at chat. And I'm
I
going
don't
to
know. My brain's going. I'm swimming in all the things you were saying in a moment. I kept wanting to interrupt. Oh, we should have, wish we'd have thought of, you know what I mean? I think, I don't know. I really don't. It's just amazing to hear it back. I'm glad. I can't thank you enough.
Is
What
it
page
making a
is
little bit more
Sarah
sense
on?
to you? Pardon me?
What page are you on?
Oh, wow. See, I'm not on the actual transcript because I typed this over taking out various words.
Okay, that's fine then.
But so the page that I'm going to be on, what you can go to, Florida, is where it now goes to, I will refer to him, to the attorney, as Mr. M or Mr. Mark. I'm not going to say his last name. And everybody knows, and Carolyn knows why I'm not saying his last name, even though it
Okay.
really doesn't make a difference. So that's where I'm at, where
Okay,
now
got it.
okay, perfect. Thank you for asking. I'm glad that you were able to get
Sorry,
that
I was on.
transcript.
I was out
That's
with the
okay.
dog.
No, perfect. The dog's important.
So, does
Um,
anybody need Sarah, do you
anybody
need
need
a
a
break?
break? Right. We talked
I was
about
going
it.
to ask you, do you need to go to the bathroom, get a drink, or stretch
I'm
your
good.
legs?
I have
Okay.
I have my glass of water here with me.
You want to get a glass of wine? At this point,
No, as I said
I
earlier,
told
I
you.
didn't need to be like,
I
fumbling over my
know.
tongue. Maybe
And
I'll
I
have a
was like,
sip of
maybe
my
have a glass of wine. It'll help.
because this is a party, right? I mean, this is our first
Right.
summer party.
That's right.
Our
Right. You're
first
doing an
summer party
excellent job.
live. And it's a party because this is my debut on YouTube.
That's right. That's right.
This
I'm so honored.
And I will interject. We did talk about this before, but it was also at a time when Rabid Dog was more active on YouTube. And Rabid Dog and I had a nice relationship. And we had spoken about covering the Sarah Boone trial together. And I had promised him that I would come on his live. And I told you, I promised Rabid Dog I would go on his live before I went on anybody else's. And that never happened. So that's why I'm here. It didn't mean that you weren't important. It just means that I actually am someone who stands by my promises.
Well, your integrity is everything and your privacy. And that was a big, grave
Yeah,
thing, even when you were thinking about going on his,
that's right.
as to
Thank you
who
for
you are, your voice, who you really are, whatever. And then the same thing if you ever came on ours. That was when I was concerned. How am I going to not say it's there with the blue dress accidentally? You know what I mean? So, anyway, I thank you again. I just, it's just
I
so
see.
crazy
I
to hear
see
all this
adventures in
again.
Beth. I see adventures in Beth says Sandy brought the booze. LOL.
See,
And
Sandy's
Snap.
always ahead.
Sandy says, "Help yourself,
Ladybug.
kids." Thank you, Sandy. Hi, Lady Sarah. Oh, thank you, Ladybug Toes. Hi, Lady
Oh,
Sarah. Excellent job reading for us. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Ladybug.
Well,
I appreciate that.
I asked anybody if they had any questions. So, well, you guys were, conversing back and forth. So,
Are we good to continue?
Yeah, go ahead. Like
Are
I
we
said,
taking a break,
it's
or do you want me to
interesting.
continue?
go ahead and
Yeah.
continue. I guess
Okay.
everybody's nobody
Waiting.
had any questions in
Oh, yeah.
there.
Okay,
Oh,
great.
yeah. You're doing a great job.
Um. All right. So, Mr. Mark, defendant's attorney. I won't take long. We will submit, Your Honor has reviewed the papers. We would like to stress issues to what was just being spoken about. The first wave of takedown notices, copyright strikes, the March versus the September wave. I'd like to clarify these videos are case by case. Each video is different. There are no repeated videos. So, counter notices from the plaintiff Heather saying one of these particular videos they believed was fair use, it wouldn't necessarily put my client Carolyn on notice of anything regarding different videos that had DMC takedowns filed against them. Regardless, her browser history establishes at least that she understood prior to the DMC takedown notices being filed what fair use was or had looked into it as well as the DMC takedowns themselves. The actual notices containing my client's statements contemporaneous to filing them and her good faith certification, this plays into the F this plays into the F in misrepresentation, that she reviewed them, the good faith certificate, she believed the material was infringing. And I am going to insert my opinion here. Well, actually, it's not an opinion, it's fact. But I'm going to be the one that points it out. It was pointed out early on Randy's channel when Wendy was reading how Carolyn answered the very first questions that were posed to her when this suit was filed. Where does Hell to the No live? She said she didn't know where you lived, and we know she does know where you live. The fact was, Carolyn did not answer questions truthfully. And my understanding is that those answers or those questions and the answers are supposedly supposed to be under oath. So I have a problem with her signing a good faith certificate because she didn't tell the truth from the very beginning. She didn't tell the truth to her community when she said she was never served and when she said that she picked up the papers at a mailbox that they normally don't go to. So there was all sorts of information that was presented to her community that really hardly any of those people are in her community any longer. So she just is a blatant liar. Lies roll off her tongue like honey all the time. She did not answer the questions honestly. My client testified she knows that. She reviewed it personally. She reviewed each of the videos. Regarding the 6-second video, pointing out the evidence again, Carolyn states she put in the takedown notice because that portion related to her children. But the actual video was over 4 minutes of her original content from Hell to the No. And I'm going to go back for just a second. If anybody is here listening or hears in the future what's being said, again, we offered the evidence. Wendy on Randy's Life channel read and showed, just as Florida is, the transcripts of how Carolyn answered the very beginning questions, what she was being asked about this case. And it was discussed that she was not telling the truth. So we showed the evidence. We're just not saying that. It is on record. Bottom line, there's no evidence sufficient to overcome the high burden that these types of cases have. Hell to the Nose video went back up. Oh, let's see, we go back here. I have to back up here. Regarding the 6-second video pointing out the evidence again, Carolyn states she put in the takedown notice because that portion related to her children. But the actual video was over 4 minutes and her original content from Hell to the No. I'm not sure if that was the water park video or was that the video about the praying. I'm not sure. But bottom line, there is no evidence sufficient to overcome the high burden that these types of cases have. Hell to the Nose video goes back up. The process has worked itself out as it's supposed to. Now, I also remember hearing that she was successful at getting the video down, but she never clarified that the video went back up. Then Heather chooses to sue my client in a lawsuit saying it was infringing. I believe that falling under the Copyright Act 512 even shows A, the mean-spirited nature of the suit based on little to no evidence, and the fact that every video views large Every video view contains large portions of my client's original content. I think the lack of evidence supports a finding of attorney's fees as an award under the Copyright Act. Obviously, the claim was made under 512. We would ask the court that we, Carolyn, be compensated, that the deterrent to similar practices in the future to keep people from filing lawsuits arguing they used content as fair use. Judge. So, the
And let me
notion
just
there,
say this. At this point, I'm sweating. Like, I thought this call was supposed to be, hey, yada, yada, yada. I've came to my decision and this is what it is. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And so after
exactly.
he kind of kept on pushing with Jonathan, in my opinion, on the phone, they were great questions hearing this back. But in the moment, you're like, what? We already went to trial. Like, we've already got, why are we going? It was like he wanted even more. Honestly, you know I- that's what it was. You could hear it in the judge's voice. He just needed Jonathan to say just someone, that one little thing, whatever that was, that would tip the scale. That's how I feel like he was trying to push him. When we get to Sparky right now, his whole tone of voice changes because he's interrupted a few times, but he lets him. You'll hear it anyway. He lets him set it up himself up, but
Well, and
his
also I
his
can
whole demeanor, you can't hear it, or obviously we couldn't see the judge, but you could definitely tell in the tone.
well,
That's
you could actually
honest
hear
to
it.
God.
You could hear it, but the transcript doesn't interpret that because
That's what I
again,
mean. Yes, I
exactly.
just want to paint that picture that it's a little more. I
It
mean, he
was
was
getting
always professional, even when my attorney. He was very um as a judge, just real snappy. He fires something. One right after he speaks well, whatever. It doesn't matter. But all of a sudden, it just seemed, in my opinion, that boy, he gets a little agitated real quick, and that's my. Yeah, I don't know that what that's the exact word agitated would be. I don't know, but you can tell he.
frustrated maybe.
Yes, he's very frustrated. I think
And I can
yeah,
understand you were getting to a point where you were anticipating this was going to be the answer. And it had already taken a long time. You had waited much longer than you had ever anticipated. So for
right.
it to get to this point, your heart is just probably beating, thinking, oh my gosh, this was not what I was expecting. And at that point, I can understand your mind might go blank.
Right. I can only imagine how Jonathan would feel. I mean, I know that's his job to be ready at every angle, but I can see where, I'm sure not very many attorneys go in front of a federal judge, just to be honest.
Hmm.
I don't know what the odds, of their career. So it's got to be intimidating alone, and they know their things, so they're going to be whatever. I'm just saying, he was hard on Jonathan a little bit. I felt like even as it got going, because I remember kind of starting to panic while this was going on. Like, whoa, wait, this doesn't look good. Like, what's going on? Why are we going over this again? Like, it just kind of had me confused.
Hmm.
But the other part, it's just so much, So to hear you reading it, even though it's not their voices, I remember feeling it. You know what I
Right.
mean? I
I
could
bet.
feel right. I could, I just knew Jonathan was like, whoa, what, why? I don't know. That's just my opinion, but I definitely know 100%. There wasn't even the person that transcribed this had to have hear that he gets real frustrated. My word, frustrated. I don't know what you would call it.
Yeah.
Aggravated.
It sounds like he was probably frustrated. Well,
Yes.
so we'll continue right here. The judge
Yes. Go ahead.
responds.
Look at that.
So the notion there's no evidence here, I find surprising. So let me push back. So the judge is now responding to Mr. Mark in the same way as he was responding to Jonathan. He's 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 a professional judge. He's not here to take sides in the sense that his job is to ask some very important questions. It's a Socratic discussion that's going on here. So the judge sounds very bright in the questions that he's asking, but this is an important point that he makes. So the notion there's no evidence here, I find surprising. It's kind of like what the judge said when it was getting close to trial and her attorney kept submitting whatever it was they were submitting. And at one point, the judge said he was like shocked that he was pushing the boundary at the 11th hour, right before the trial.
He was out of control, out
Yeah.
of control. I
Yes, I
mean,
remember that
absolutely. A
clearly.
federal judge had to handwrite on it. Like the response time was insane. I remember just freaking out about all that. You know, all of a sudden now we're on a bench trial. Like I was like, man, this judge isn't playing around. You got to be professional. Like I said that across the board, no shade, period. Everybody, you know, that's just period, point blank. That's the respect. I mean, I don't know. That's just I don't even know things that I worried about. I couldn't believe the circus they brought to town. But go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I remember that well too, because at the last minute, you were getting all sorts of information that whatever it was he was submitting, I can't remember exactly what it was, but the judge was shocked that he kept pushing. He'd been told no, and he actually said something to the effect, "You were told no. I'm really surprised you are presenting this again.
He
You've been
started.
told no."
Yeah. When the minute the end came and everybody knew we're going to trial, and the senior judge steps in my version. He wasn't playing around, and Sparky kept trying to have me be deposed again. He kept throwing a fit that way back when, 6, 8, 10 months ago, when they didn't file for one, you know, and the time, like how many times did they get chance after chance? Anyway, doesn't matter. By then, he was like, no, sir. And it's like he couldn't, you know, like Murray can't take no for an answer. And I think when Merb tries to gloat about it, it blows my mind
Mm-hmm.
because it it's just grace by God that Sparky snuck by with his little ways, you know, and it's amazing to me. And there's not there can't be one apprentice that was in there, any um staff, whatever, that watched it or listened to it that day that wasn't shaking their head inside, thinking, "What in the hell?"
Well, and
I
as you
mean,
know, I had planned on being there, and because of it being delayed, and then it was the middle of summer, and I had a life and things were
I know.
happening, I was not able to make it. But that was my plan to be there. And I had been looking at hotels, and you and I had been conversing. So I was
Right.
sorry that I missed it. And because I am looking forward to going back to New York, I love New York, and I was wanting to go into New York City, and I was wanting to show you and
Oh,
anybody
100%.
else who hadn't been
And
there. I
and
wanted to
again,
show
you know,
New York
full
City.
transparency, we had been friends on an, you know, not a regular
Long
basis, but
time,
we talked for a long, long time.
long
And
time.
you were one of the top few people that the minute a docket hit the website, you know, I'd send it to you. Nothing said with it, just here's what's
Hmm.
going on, because I knew you had enough sense to read it, kind of figure out what's going on. And sometimes, you know, it would blow your mind. You're like, what in the world am I reading? But so we had a little communication, but I kept you in light of what's going on. And it was invaluable. I mean, anyway, it was just wonderful to have a perspective too, you know, on this, because you've watched over time with her over years and years. And anyway, you're a wealth of knowledge that I can't wait. Anyway, I'll be quiet. Keep going.
Right. Okay. So let me push back. First, the 2023 statement is a pretty powerful piece of evidence for the plaintiff, Heather. The "I told you I'd strike any amount." And given the multi-part test for evaluating fair use, that's the four elements, someone saying, "I don't care if it's even 1 second of my video, I'm going to take it down," that's pretty strong evidence. Right here, Florida, I did type page 15 bottom. So I think that's where we're at on the transcript. That statement strongly suggests the person who made it can give a hoot about fair use. It's basically whatever, any portion of any video used by somebody other than the defendant, Heather, anyone, she's going to take it down. So what's your answer to that? That's a pretty strong question to Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark, basically, there seems to be a question whether it is fair use or not. No one seems to know whether it was fair use. We're getting dragged down into a question whether Carolyn's determination that it was not, sorry for the noise in the background, Carolyn's determination that it was not fair use is a question. There is no determination. Judge, but if your client is making a blanket statement, I don't care if it's for 1 second, I don't know how you square that with someone who says, oh, I considered fair use before I issued a takedown notice to take down a video, and that has 1 second of my video in it. Mr. Mark, well, there is no direct link between that statement and any of the DMC takedowns at issue, and that's my contention here. Judge, but it doesn't have to be a direct link. The plaintiff, Heather, can establish her case by circumstantial evidence, in inference from evidence, and it's fair, and it's a fair use inference, is it not? That says, even if you use 1 second, I'm taking it down. I don't care. I'm taking it down. Obviously, that made a very big impression. Mr. Mark, no, I don't think it's a fair inference. I think my client was angry. Well, yeah, we do know she was angry. She testified that she was angry because people take her content. She's allowed to be angry if people take her content. She has the exclusive right to control it. And that was talked about earlier when I was saying that is the loophole that a lot of creators use, that they think it's my video, it's my content, I have an exclusive right to it, I have complete control over it, therefore it's not fair use. That's not correct. Judge, well, the other issue is that talking about the statement Carolyn made, your client seems motivated to take down Heather's video because she views it as bullying. There's a number of statements, plaintiff exhibit. This is my family at a water park. That channel stole without permission and using it to bully my minor children. So the copyright considerations had nothing to do with takedown. It was more personal because she felt Heather was picking on her. And if that's the motive, then copyright considerations aren't even entering her mind. And I do want to interject. I have a very clear memory of that water park video. I have a very clear memory of that water park video as Carolyn presented it, and I have a very clear one of Heather's video. And Heather blocked out the children's faces, number one. Number two, her 2 sons were barely in that video. She was standing at the end of a water slide waiting for them to come down, and she couldn't find them. She was standing in the wrong place. We never saw them come down, but we did see her husband come down and pull his swim shorts up. We saw that, and afterwards, it was a video of Carolyn walking around the water park, taking video of adults and children in bathing suits, walking around the water, looking at the people floating in the inner tubes, and she literally walks up to a young girl and takes an inner tube out of the young girl's arms, surprising the young girl, and there was some kind of a reaction from an adult standing by. I don't know if it was related to her or not, but it was shocked, and Carolyn had a snarky remark about the woman's attitude and basically justified her behavior of taking an inner tube from a young child as, well, she'd had it, it's my turn to have it. So my point is the water park video that you did, Heather, had nothing to do with bullying her children. And in fact, the projection of that is Carolyn kind of bullied a little girl and the adult who stood by and observed what Carolyn did, grabbing an inner tube out of a young girl's hand.
100%. I think this is why the judge makes that comment coming up here soon. Go ahead.
It's like, I'm not going to put up with this bullying. Only I get to exploit. This is all still coming from the judge. Only I get to exploit my family vacation and videos. No one else does. Right, Mr. Mark? I mean, where is the intellectual property consideration there as opposed to being bullied? Mr. Mark, well, it shows that she's looking at it as being mean spirited. They are not transformative. They are not adding to society as things that, in a traditional fair use evaluation, if it's beneficial activity like criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research, these videos, they are not transformative, is what my client is saying. And it's not fair use. It's just they are taking my videos and they are not using them for anything but. The judge interrupts. No, she's accusing Heather of using those videos to bully her and her family, the defendant and her family. Mr. Mark, well, my client Carolyn does say that, but bullying is not transformative use of original content for purposes of fair use. Judge, we're not going to debate whether it is. My point, the statement, especially when combined with it, right? Because a plaintiff can put in her case, it's not one piece of evidence necessarily that's the smoking gun. It's several pieces that paint the picture, right? It's the puzzle. So the argument is it's the whole thing that was motivated by defendant Carolyn, being upset that people were using her videos, which she thought was to bully her and her family, period. End of story. It's a personal thing, and she was going to stop the bullying by taking down the videos. Even if the bully used 1 second of her video, she wasn't going to put up with it. Those are strong words.
Damn, I forgot about that part. See, Merb, you are so, oh my God, you're a piece of shit. And again, if the judge had any idea your history of
Yep,
striking so many people
that's
and the
right.
amount you have done, it,
It's right there in black and white. Mr.
100%.
Mark, yeah, I would disagree with that inference, Judge, because from the perspective, she also writes in those descriptions, those are my videos. She is saying that is my original content. She writes they're not authorized to use it. And then by stating what she's saying, this video has no transformative or commercial value, it's just worthless. Judge, where does she say that? Where did she say that? Where does she make that statement? Mr. Mark, my client testified it, and Judge, okay, so we'll just put credibility to the side. But she also described plaintiff's videos as mean-spirited. Mr. Mark, well, here's one, for example. She says, this is my exclusive art video with my work, my hands, my voice, my artwork. They sped up the video, but it's my content used to mock me and my family. Now, I don't know what that particular video was about, and it really doesn't matter, but my guess is it didn't involve her family. She just keeps saying that we mock her family, we
Yeah,
abuse her family, we threaten her family. It's
I was
not true.
listening to you, but I missed the part right there where they're describing it. Keep going. It doesn't matter. We all know.
Judge, right. That's what she's bothered by, the fact she's being bullied or her family is being bullied. Mr. Mark, and well, if that is the statement Your Honor is making, that is the first half of the statement. She is saying she is mad that it is her material. It's her copyrighted exclusive material. Judge, but where is that statement? That there's any indication whatsoever she considered fair use in saying that's my video and plaintiff's use of it was improper. Mr. Mark, well, there's no requirement. In other words, Congress's test doesn't say that she has to do some separate fair use evaluation. What I'm trying to say is you can read an inference from those words as well that she had. We know she watched the video. She described it. She looked at it. She participated in the process of the DMC takedown provisions set forth to make sure that these requests were submitted with accurate information so the service provider can act on them or not act on them, depending on what was submitted. So, she's not supposed to go through an actual fair use analysis. Congress doesn't want that. But what I think you can read in there, she is considering things like, is it transformative? Was it transformative? She doesn't consider it. She considers that it was just a bullying, harassing video, and therefore it wouldn't be fair use. Judge, even if it's just for 1 second? Mr. Mark, well, I think that's relative, Judge. Because if you think about the exclusive right to control something, maybe everything that were in the videos happened in 1 second. I don't think it's definitely not determinative. And regardless, there's no video in evidence where my client just asks for a 6 second. She notated 6 seconds of an allegedly infringing video in the DMC takedown, but the actual video contains over 4 minutes of her original content. So she was, Judge, yes, but she never sued Heather. She never sued plaintiff Heather for copyright infringement. To this day, she hasn't. And that's where I bring up, again, why didn't she use the GoFundMe money that she supposedly was going to use to sue Natasha Cooper for harassment and bullying? Why didn't she take you to court if she really believed that her motive was due to protection of her intellectual property? Mr. Mark, no, she didn't. She chose not to. She testified why. She explained to Your Honor that it was a cost concern. And then her best, most effective way for her to curb these types of her content being taken and stolen is to file DMC takedown requests. And when someone uses her content, if certain things are met, that's her right to file DMC takedowns. Judge, okay, other points you want to make? Mr. Mark, no. Specifically in regard to, I just want to again reiterate that there was no repeated video. There was no video. Judge, I know that. Mr. Mark, okay, in that case, no, Your Honor. Judge, okay, all right. Then he addresses Jonathan, plaintiff's attorney. Mr. What was his last name again?
Phillips.
Phillips. I was thinking Jonathan.
Yeah,
Now
okay.
I'm thinking about John.
Jonathan.
I've got it right here. Mr. Phillips. Yes, just briefly in response to counsel's argument. We would stress there is no evidence in the record except for those 3 links that Karen looked at as to what the video or what the pages in the browser history say other than the titles. We also believe it's not necessarily in evidence how much of the videos our client used, how much of the original content was in fact from Carolyn. What is in evidence is that Carolyn reported 6 seconds, the 4 minutes I don't know, and I don't know that that's in evidence. The arguments by counsel that we don't know whether it was fair use or not, we believe it's rather myopic to focus on that because, one, it's not the issue. The issue is whether Carolyn considered it. But I think Your Honor already touched on this, and we would stress the online policy group case cited on page 16 of our memo suggests that is actually an indication there is knowledge that it wasn't fair use. And we do believe that this focus on there not being an adjudication on the issue of fair use problem stems from then, here's this case, Hazenzadah case. But that was a case where the person who filed counter notices was alleged to have not considered, to have made, he says, to have misrepresentation in inserting counter notice, so he corrected himself. In asserting counter notice And ultimately, since they were in fact sued for infringement, but prevailed on their fair use, that's where there is adjudication in that case. That's kind of frankly, I think that is the only one that I know of where there was an adjudication on the issue of fair use and it comes up, but it is not a New York case. And the issue of there being a direct
Bingo.
link
Bingo.
and
That's
the
pretty.
issue,
Sorry.
yeah, and that's all right. And the issue of there being a direct link, is there a question?
No, just hearing that reminds me of the appeal
Oh,
because,
okay, right.
going through the appellate court. Okay, go ahead. As they stated in New York, it is in California and other districts,
Right.
100%.
And I was reading something and I noticed that something I had was related to California. Just like just like
Yes,
trials, laws are different in different states.
yes. In fact,
And
he was pretty confident if we got to the appellate, that would be a huge help for us. That a lot of the appellate and judicial courts in New York don't get along very well. So they're more apt to let it, anyway, it's just a whole thing. It would open up the door for California's law to be used. But that was a lot of ifs, you know what I mean? You have to, whatever.
right, right. You have to
Anyway,
weigh
it's way
that.
over my head. I just remember that point. Like that was a huge thing. But go ahead.
And the issue is there being a direct link and the idea of circumstantial evidence on whether or not there is a direct link to what Carolyn said in that passage. I told you. Of course, we believe that's circumstantial evidence, but we would also note that the case law has touched on this kind of the opposite. And he cites Hughes and Benjamin. It helped out a person being sued for a 512, not 512F, not futility. Um, There, the defendant established that they had a system to consider fair use. There was no connection made. They used that system for that particular event. But since they had the system, the inference was drawn in their favor that they must have considered it. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Here, the only unequivocal stated standard is I don't care how much of it is used, I will take it down. We believe that is the standard. Then it should be applied, even if there isn't a direct link, just like it was in Hughes and Benjamin. Obviously, to a different result, but it's essentially the same thing. And that is, well, the last thing is we don't argue that some of the takedown notices Carolyn filed did in fact use the word my content. But when you take them as a whole, along with the search history, it's obvious her concern and the reason why she was submitting it was about feeling bullied and harassed. And by simply putting it in passing, this is using my content, among what was actually a litany of other things she's concerned about, we view that as lip service. The authorities have decided too. It seems everyone kind of agrees.
Oh,
I
was
don't
that
want,
wait, what was that sentence again? Can you repeat that one about the lip
sure,
service? Okay,
sure.
thank you. Sorry.
She's saying that, I guess there's an issue about how she phrased her takedown notices and she needs to talk about it being her content. So it says, the last thing, we don't argue that some of the takedown notices Carolyn filed did in fact use the word my content, but when you take them as a whole, along with the search history, it's obvious her concern was, and the reason why she was submitting it, was about feeling bullied and harassed. And by simply putting it in passing, meaning my content in passing, this is using my content among what was actually a litany of other things she's concerned about, we view that as lip service. It's like I said earlier, she can say, I searched fair use in my computer, so it proves that I took fair use into consideration. Anybody can say, I could sit here tonight and and type in something about fair use, and if they look in my computer browser history, they'll say, oh, see, she looked into it when my intent really wasn't about fair use. I'm going to strike you because you're bullying and harassing me. That's the lip service he's talking about fair use.
Along with
We
the
really
fact that
take
he
it
just
into
explained,
consideration.
yeah, again, you got to remember, he just got through explaining to Sparky what his niece's video was about at the water park. Anybody
Exactly.
exploiting her own family. It
Exactly.
just, ugh. That's
Yes.
where
Yeah.
part of that lip service, the same stuff she did when she tried to testify, as we all know. The same skit we've seen 1,000 times. That judge knew. You know what I mean? Or the parts of
Yep.
it, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, that's my opinion. Go ahead.
Good point. We view that as lip service. The authorities have decided to. It seems everyone kind of agrees. I don't want to put words in your honor's mouth, but most people understand that Lens, the most cited case in copyright fair use, is where most people are arguing under, and it says paying lip service isn't enough. So even passing references to it on top of all this other stuff, we think the evidence, that the preponderance of the evidence shows the motivation here was for non-copyright concerns. I want to just remind everybody, I'm reading your attorney. This is what your attorney is saying. That the preponderance of the evidence shows the motivation here was for non-copyright concerns. Whether or not those non-copyright concerns were founded isn't the issue, combined with the fact Carolyn, she didn't passively state, she just frankly stated, I'm going to ignore one of the four considerations, and we know about those considerations, demonstrates the preponderance of the evidence shows she didn't consider fair use in issuing these takedowns. Thank you, Judge. Okay. Mr. Mark, anything else you want to say? Mr. Mark, only judge that under case law, Mr. Phillips mentioned, I believe that Hazen Zada case, which established the same for counter notices. The same good faith standard applies, and it established that a process by which the counter notices or the DMC takedowns, the filer had a process set up, a protocol to ensure they were reviewed and considered for fair use prior to filing. My client also testified she personally reviewed each of the DMC takedowns and she made that determination herself. Each of the takedowns does use her original content, large amounts of it. She specified in there the minutes and seconds show the court that she considered, she looked at the video, she watched it, she took it in, she evaluated what it was for, and believing it to be an infringement of her exclusive right to control her video, that makes up her YouTube channel and her livelihood, she didn't do anything wrong in filing the DMC takedown request. And we would just reiterate, it's the plaintiff's burden to show either actual knowledge here is the can't read her mind for certain issue, a willful blindness. And there is no evidence offered. My client knew there was a high probability these were fair use and she did something to actively ignore it. That evidence just isn't there, meaning you guys can't read her mind. There's an absent effect statement. That is not as good of evidence as the DMC takedown before, Your Honor, and certainly doesn't speak to her state of mind a year prior. Again, we all know what Carolyn's state of mind was during the entire time she wanted to know who was behind Held to the No. Judge, okay, so first of all, Judge tells Christina how to spell Hazen Zada. Second, Mr. Phillips was referring to Hughes. And they say it's not a good case for the defendant because this is the judge. It's not a good case for the defendant because the court said it was undisputed that defendants understand the concept of fair use and have an established practice for ensuring their videos make fair use of copyright material. There's no evidence your client did that. Mr. Mark, yes, but I also believe it was under the facts and the circumstances with the filing from, it could be told from the face of the filing of the DMC takedown. Judge, okay, anything else from either side? No from Mr. Phillips and no from Mr. Mark. Judge, all right, because contrary to what Mr. Mark thinks, I think this is a close call. I'm going to reserve and get an opinion as soon as I can. And I just want to thank all counsel again for their work on the case. And to the extent your clients are listening, you have my thanks for having done your best on their behalf. We will adjourn. Mr. Mark, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Phillips, thank you very much. So this was a very close case. It was not a victory, a significant victory for Carolyn in the sense that she,
This was a frivolous lawsuit or some kind of bullcrap move we made that no one in their right mind would even dare take on.
who would
But yet,
ever do that?
yeah, oh my gosh, there's so many parts of that judge saying what he did to, oh, that water park part. It just makes me get so angry again when I think about what she did on that video. And for it, you could tell from what he said, he watched that video. And I don't know.
That the judge watched the video?
I do believe. I don't know. I just have that
Oh,
feeling.
right, about her exploiting. She's
Yes.
the one,
Yes.
only one that gets to exploit her family.
Yep.
Just like she exploits her son's death.
And you
She's
have to remember too, and I didn't think about it till the other last night or when it was you brought up some question about that, about the water park video and me editing it. And I said, yes, but remember for full transparency, when it first happened, I put the raw clip without any edits on it because Wendy and Randy showed it because she was exploiting children that she didn't know. And we wanted to show how bad it was. And then within so many days, I mean, it's been so long, I can't tell you. I know within less than a week, we put the edit on it, 100%. And I tried to blur out a lot of the kids in the background. But anyway, it just, I just love it. That's been a sore with me. She knows it's wrong to have that video up. She knows 100% it is. She acted a complete mess, that whole scenario, from acting a fool, accusing us of pretending like we were staying there and calling the desk or calling whatever it was she said. No, no. But she couldn't take that video down just to be a human, just to be a human being. But she can strike channels for no reason and just, do all her fuck shit. It was just another point that, like, if they only knew the whole story. Oh, I was sponsored a cabana and blah 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 blah. Oh, they ruined the whole
oh,
weekend.
right.
Yeah, we rent we we ruined everything. But yet in the car ride home, the kids were so excited, telling me how much they had. Blah 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 blah. But anyway, she's a sick human being. I've been saying that for a long, long time, and that's what made her upset. She hated to finally start getting called out. And I say this till the day I die. It's her own words against her. I don't have to clip something and spin it. You know, I couldn't even make videos, so I made sure whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'll stand on it.
And
He
I don't
sure did.
blame you. I
The
support you.
judge did anything about her
Right, she
deceased
should have
son.
blurred Jimmy in his onesie. That's right. See, now I can look at my screen.
Oh,
That's
I'm sorry.
right.
What now? Now I'm mad. Like I just even bringing up that. Oh, that's just a
And she's still at it, Heather.
yes, 100%.
Scream.
Well, we
Yeah.
knew that all along. I mean, that was the discussion in the very beginning. I've said that we knew her behavior would never change, whether we went through with this or not. You know, um, but she stays real dangerous. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Like I keep trying to tell her when the whole stuff with her and Jimmy making nasty little comments and going after people and just doing their craziness, it sparked it all up again. And I said, look, back down, stop, or I don't have to go to court anymore. She's doing things that are whatever. You'll see. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well,
Because
I
again,
have. I have one more thing here that I was going to bring up earlier, but I'm going to bring it up now because actually it's actually more appropriate now because it's after, this is what happened after the trial. And there's been some mention at some point about what was said by the group of you. You had people that came in from out of state and from far distances, and some people that lived somewhat close to New York, to support you, and you were dismissed for lunch, and somebody made a video of all of you standing as a group outside, and it was shown on Randy's live. It was taken at lunchtime before you returned at 2 p.m. It was not at the end of the day.
Yeah,
And the,
we went out. I remember, and I think I was at the end of all the girls going out and all the things going on, and I think Randy was the one filming, and everybody was just giddy and high and
right.
hugging whatever. And we were supposed to go up the hill to eat lunch, and it was 1,000 degrees. But anyway, yes,
Well, and
the group.
so I looked at that video, um, because I wanted to see and just remember, have some clarity of mind, what was going on. I mean, I know it was really hot, it was humid, it had been a crazy time. So, what was being said in Randy's video was a description of what was going on in court. So, what was said was the judge told Carolyn to simmer down. She was heated and telling her attorney what to say. The judge, he told the attorney, calm down, Sparky. Randy didn't know what to say. Mr. Mark objected 12 times and he was overruled 11 times. The bench trial was, quote unquote, crazy, better than Sarah Boone. The supporters were very upbeat and happy. This is my writing. Very upbeat and happy per Randy. They were walking out to lunch. Um, Carolyn tried to give a speech, brought her kids. You guys were saying it was disgusting that she brought her kids. I agree. She was on the stand and wanted to know if she could say something. She wanted to be the grieving mother, and that she lied. She lied under oath. They turned out 50 plus pages of evidence proving that she never looked at fair use or that she even watched the videos. Sadly, the judge needed to go over all of that. The very end of the video, they noted what she was wearing: flowered skirt, black cardigan, black pants without filter. She looks terrible. Randy said she looked exhausted. She did, and I watched this live. She did a live the night before, just hours before they were ready to leave. She was still saying there wasn't going to be a trial. And I know that she beforehand had been asking her community what she should wear to court, that she was going to be shopping with her future daughter-in-law and they were going to be buying, whether it was a three-piece suit with pants or skirt or whatever. And she basically wore what she typically wears and she looked like she'd slept in it. Um, One comment: so many of us who hide in the bushes that left the channel years ago due to her hypocrisy, lies, and manipulation, cheering the supporters there in New York. So disgusting to bring your children to court. That's manipulation in hopes of using them, exploiting them as a shield for her many years of manipulation. I just wanted to bring that up because Randy's live, what was not Randy's live, what was said after trial, which Randy did have on her live, has come under scrutiny and has basically talked about how you're all such horrible people because you're talking about a woman and her bad looks and all of that. No, you were talking about a woman who presented herself in federal court looking like a bag woman.
Yes, I agree. I mean, it's just the whole
And,
theatrics of
and
bringing, the
exploiting her
boys.
children
Apparently,
need to
they
be
said
there.
because the boys fell asleep, or eh, during court, and you're really not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to wear shorts. I mean, like the disrespect all the way around was crazy, crazy. I would have never brought my children I don't
There was
even know.
no
My youngest is
Yep.
21. And to be honest with you, I don't know that I would have let Bryson go. I mean, it's way over his head. He wouldn't want to. You
Well,
know what I mean?
why subject your
Honest to God.
children to
Yeah.
being to hearing that all sorts of people are bullying them and wanting to harass them?
Yeah.
She's done it
Well,
before, that her children know that apparently the haters that are lurking in the bushes want to kill them.
yeah.
They literally are being stalked in a desto and want to kill her and her family.
I
She
mean, it was a whole,
subjected her children to that.
yeah. And while she clutched her pearls and did the whole orphan Annie, oh my God, they're taking food off my children's plate attitude.
Right.
You
But
know,
none of us has done that.
Never, ever.
she does it herself, 100%. And then in retaliation, she does things like take channels, put struts to silence people. You know, it's my given right to make a video and show what you say. And if we don't put you on the screen now, since you want to play that shit, we'll put you in the background. Like, I don't care. You'll never silence somebody, whether it's Florida me or somebody else takes the reins. I mean, Sarah's learned how to, record videos because you talked about her. So I had to tell her how to record them so she doesn't have to watch it live and try and hold a phone up and record it because you say the most horrendous things about her profession, Merb. After leaving federal court, you're getting real dangerous again. I'm just going to warn you. I don't care. You don't want to listen. You can't tell me nothing attitude. How's it working out for you? I mean, honest to God, all things aside, I don't care what you think. I'm a gravelly voice from Tennessee. Don't come to this state because, bitch, we don't want you here. And the laws that now, not only can I defend myself, my property, please come anywhere around me, ever. I'm going to tell you now, nobody cares enough about you. That's the whole point. You don't get it. Nobody's put your life in danger. I don't even care. I'm sick of her. I get so mad. I just thinking about her going after you recently. The nerve of you. This
Well, the
educated lady has a right to her opinion, and you couldn't stand it. So you thought you would come out and blurt all her information and then make little innuendos because you knew what you were saying incognito on that stream, Merb, at Sarah with the blue dress on. You were making innuendos. You've been in her face, but God knows what because little comments and things that have gone on. We're not stupid.
Oh,
We get
that's
it all.
interesting, JC Ray. That's very interesting.
What? Speaking of trying to silence people, she went live with the members only. I'm sure, Marb. I
Of
don't
course.
give a damn what you
We
say.
knew it.
I mean,
We
again,
knew
it,
it.
it all
We knew it.
comes to me. I get a
We knew
link
it.
for it. You're just so, I don't,
We didn't
so
make an
petty.
announcement.
It's a
We didn't make
petty,
we didn't
losing.
make an announcement that I was coming on to read
Yes.
this.
We did not make a
Because
big thumbnail going, oh my
no,
God, we're gonna,
no.
mm-mm.
But I do want to go back to the night, a couple of nights, the night that she was mocking the way that a mental health professional doing play therapy with someone who has been traumatized, poking it. Did they hurt you here? And did they hurt you here? In her, whatever voice she decides to use. And also talking about
But
mental
okay,
health
again, a visual
professionals.
though. She's poking at a stuffed animal as a oh God. If a child, you know what I mean? Like I can't even fathom
Like
that
she's
she
doing
thought that
play
was
therapy.
funny. Yes,
I did play
but
therapy
but
with
you're doing
children.
that because there was a child that was traumatized, like
That's
horribly,
right.
in
That's
that
right.
moment. And so for her to mimic it
It's
with an actual stuffed
shocking.
animal, like you're pushing it, and the transcript doesn't show what she does.
Yes,
That's what's so maddening. You're a sick woman.
it was shocking for me to watch that, but then she is talking about being a grieving mother and wanting to start or having started a nonprofit to help other people, families, whoever that are also grieving the loss of a loved one, a child. I'm not sure if it's specific, but referred to by name a woman because someone in her chat questioned something about a healing retreat, and she said, I happen to know a lot about healing retreats, and she mentioned a woman by name. Well, I looked up the woman by name, and prior to that she had been saying, mental health professionals, I'm told, go into the profession because they need to learn about themselves. They want to learn about their own problems, work on their own problems. Well, one thing I have to say about that, what
Didn't you say because
actually,
you have mommy issues or
right,
something like that?
right, but that was part of it.
No,
That was at
never
another
mind.
time. There was a
Yeah,
lot
sorry.
that was
Go ahead.
said. But
Such a
of,
bitch.
part of I lost my train of thought. Um, Part of her wanting to do this nonprofit, oh, talking about the mental health professionals, what I was going to say was, so I don't know what is wrong with someone who's interested in going into a helping profession, knowing that they might have things that have happened in their past that they want to work on. Why is it being considered that it's being considered as a pejorative? Mental health professionals go into the profession to figure out their problems, as if there's something wrong with people who know what trauma is, work on their problems, and then want to help people who have experienced trauma. That's just an idiotic statement to make, number one. Number two, the person in chat had brought up the issue about retreats. And so I looked up the name of the person that she referred to and saw what the kind of retreat this woman has, and also what the woman's degrees are. And she happens to have the same degree as I do, a licensed clinical social worker. That was her first entrance into the mental health profession. And her area of focus was on sex education and relationships. Well, I kind of had to laugh when I read that, and I thought, well, I wonder what Carolyn would think about that. Did that woman go into the profession because she had problems with her own sexuality? Did she have problems in relationships sexually with other people? I mean, the judgment is just so immature, and it doesn't even make sense. It's senseless. I don't try
It's
and make
embarrassing as hell. It's
it's really
embarrassing. You know what I mean?
embarrassing.
And the utter audacity, again, go back to the teddy bear part. I can't even. I can't. And I'm glad I didn't actually see it because again, we're talking about children again. And she's just, dangerous
Well,
is the word, Mark. You need to be locked. I don't even know.
so would she think that this woman shouldn't be practicing as a therapist? But the interesting thing is this woman decided to become a psychologist. She has a PhD.
Right.
I know, exactly. Merb is a licensed hypnotherapist with and the interesting thing about that is if you look it up, hypnotherapists aren't required to be licensed. There's not a state in the United States that requires them to be a licensed person. They're certified. So she's caught in her lie right there. But let me continue. This woman became a PhD, and she did so because she lost her son due to a fentanyl overdose that he had received over the internet. Like a lot of people, I know two people who lost their sons, very intelligent, highly accomplished students that were dealing with Snapchat, and they got drugs through Snapchat and they died from fentanyl overdoses. This woman lost her son to a fentanyl overdose and has started retreats for grieving people. Now, I don't think that it's necessary to go into any detail about what the underlying meaning of what I'm saying is, but is that woman to be looked at in a pejorative manner because she has problems dealing with the grief of her own son that died from a fentanyl overdose, and then to say that you want to start a nonprofit and you're going to have mental health professionals coming in and doing certain things? What is it, Carolyn? Are mental health professionals all, quacks? Or who's going to be determining what mental health professionals are going to be working in your healing retreat? And who is, are you going to be making that determination? And another thing that she was saying in some of the lives, when she mocks and says things like, well, this person is so obsessed with me and she watches me every night and we've never met and we've never talked and we've never done this, but she has to watch me every night. She's obsessed with me. And she's a mental health professional. Is that the kind of mental health professional you want to be seeing or you want your loved ones to see? Run for the hills. Well, is Carolyn going to be asking the people that she interviews that she wants to be mental health professionals in her healing retreat? Is she going to be asking them what kind of problems they have to determine whether they worked through them, to determine whether they're qualified to be working in her healing retreat? And then, just as an aside, any therapist that would answer those questions shouldn't be a therapist. I don't answer personal questions when I'm asked by a client. And frankly, I've never had a client go that deeply into asking me any kinds of personal questions about any problems I've had in my life. And in fact, almost, I can't say all, but a lot of people assume that you can't possibly understand me because you're a therapist because you had a perfect life. That's how a lot of people think about mental health professionals. We are there because we're able to help them because we didn't have problems, but then at the same time, sometimes that we don't have the capacity to really understand what they're going through because how could we? We had such a perfect life. We never had problems in our life. Well, every human being, that's part of the human condition. And when I went into graduate school, frankly, I'd been in therapy before graduate school. And when I went into graduate school, our meetings beforehand, where they had the entire, because there's 5 disciplines in the graduate school that I went to at USC, but they had all of us in an auditorium at the same time. And we were told, if you haven't been in therapy, if you are not in therapy, we're going to suggest you get in therapy, because in order to be able to help someone work through their own problems, you need to be so self-aware so that your problems do not interfere with you trying to help them. Your bias needs to stay out. So if you're not in therapy, get in therapy. Carolyn, you don't know what you're talking about.
It just shows their ignorance. I mean, honest to God, it's embarrassing. It's no class. It's just gutter remarks because you don't know what else to say. I guess. I mean, I can't fathom her going at somebody for that part. Like, especially what she has done and said about your situation. Like that. Just hang on a minute.
Well, one thing I'm going to say, I have been using my YouTube channel now to write. I've been encouraged for decades to write. But I've also, the night that she wanted to try and play her little game of telling people who I was, I thought, well, if anyone's going to tell all these people who I am, I'm going to tell them who I am. I told last night when we spoke, I disclosed something that I have never told any of the people on YouTube. There's no reason that I wouldn't, and I'm going to disclose it right now. I found out early on in my life that I could not have children. And surprisingly, I'm so much older than Carolyn thought I was. I grew up in an era where women thought that they were going to be wives and mothers. And when I found out that I couldn't have children, I made a decision to go back to school. And that's why I became a mental health professional, because I couldn't have children and I needed to figure out what I was going to do with my life. That had been my focus. And yes, it caused sadness. It took a lot of working out. I am not ashamed at all about how I felt when I learned that I could not have children. And I am very proud of the work that I have done in over 30 years as a mental health professional of helping people work through their problems. And I have empathy because loss is loss. It doesn't matter if it's the loss of a child, a loss of a limb, a loss of the ability to, because of a disability. Bottom line, when we lose something, it's a loss and we grieve it. So that's a disclosure for all of you to know. I couldn't have children and I went back to college. I did it full time, part time, took some time off, was married, traveled. My husband was in the film industry. I went on locations. And then I went to graduate school, and several years after graduate school and in my profession, as I said, I was connected to a lot of very important people in the profession, and I did a 2-year postgraduate certificate program that focused on the neurobiology of the brain, trauma, and attachment theory. I'm well educated and I've helped a lot of
Listen,
people.
listen to my Sarah go. I knew you were a star the first time I talked to you. Even in chat, there was something about you, and the way yeah, I was so drawn to you. And the more I knew, and which I still like, recently have gotten a lot of things
But
about
I don't
your
go
true
around
life
patting
because I
myself on
never
the back.
didn't discuss it. She reached out and like you were trying to make me feel comfortable, and I just was like, fine, I know you. I just feel like I can trust you. And but you were worried about my mental health during all that. You would constantly, not constantly, but periodically, text me and say, I'm just concerned. Just want to make sure you're taking time for yourself and don't let the things get to you. Or that's not how you put it. You put it in your beautiful writing. But to me, it was just that you I'm just bravo. Like my
It's just
heart
like,
breaks because I know you've struggled, but you took, and I feel like your writings, it was a travesty turned into such a blessing because I know for what you, now that the community really gets the whole picture of you, I think they will understand and go back and think about it. You have been a blessing for all this. You know what I mean? And what you've done and touched people. And oh my gosh, I just can't. I'm so proud of you. I am so thankful to have met you and what you've done. And it just shows Merb, like, I don't even know. You didn't even watch her constantly. You know what I mean? But
no,
you
I
knew.
didn't.
You knew. I would ask questions. How could this lady be like this? What do you think when, and you were very careful. We didn't talk on opinions like clinically, but I just be like,
No,
oh
we
my God,
didn't.
isn't she Jody Arias? Remember, I always said, she's Jody Arias. Everything that they talked about in her trial, that's her, except she just hadn't killed anybody yet. Like every kind of disorder you can imagine. The list goes on and on and on. You want to talk narcissist, personality, psychopath, all the things. You know what I mean? It just goes on and on. No empathy. I anyway. You were
As
so. I'm
As I
just
said
saying.
last night, I'm a pretty humble person. I don't walk around patting myself on the back. I do
No, you were
believe that
very.
I can stand by my reputation. I have not been someone that trolls, is nasty on YouTube. I've had a good reputation on YouTube. But as I said to you guys last night, I am just a commoner who had to turn lemons into lemonade. And I became a therapist when I found out I couldn't have children. I'm no one special. I don't speak in intellectual lingo. I try to explain things in ways that people can understand.
Just, I felt that way. And I'm thinking, how? What in the hell she thinks? What the hell is this girl from Tennessee? You know. Oh my gosh, I'm just so proud. And I didn't even know the whole story. I had no idea about your ex-husband and didn't know all this. Your
I have
education.
I have
It
not
just
brought it up in ten. I mean, it's YouTube obviously is not a place to do that,
no, because I told you
but
last
my
night.
husband's profession is something I don't. My ex-husband's profession is something I don't talk about. He is known, and people would know who he is, and that's not important to me. That was 38 years ago. I divorced. It is not part of my life anymore, except that I do still, as some of you know, have a connection to the entertainment industry and go to a lot of screenings. And
She does all
anyway,
kinds of crazy stuff because after around last year, you started sending more pictures and making whatever it was private. And so I could see things you were going back and showing. It's gorgeous. I also am going to say this. I saw her last night in the StreamYard. I actually saw Sarah with the blue dress on camera, and it took my breath because she's beautiful. I don't know how tall you are, but you're very thin and just, a gorgeous lady. The voice went with what, I don't know, long blondish hair. I don't even know. You're just so cute. But I didn't want her to come on camera. I don't. I want to protect her. I don't want them to ridicule every little thing about her. And
I
Merv,
was
we already
willing
know
to
you're
come.
doing some weird stuff because, again, for the record, I know some things that you've tried lately, Merv, but I'm not going to say them out loud. But you know what I'm talking about. You better leave Sarah alone. I'm telling you. If I ever told you anything, this is not the one. And her family, anybody, any part of her. She has the right to make an opinion past that. You best leave her alone. That's not
Well,
that's not one you want to mess with.
I
But
do
go ahead.
want to say that because it crossed my mind a few seconds ago, to thank Florida, because it took a long
Yes.
time to find a place where felt I belonged, where that was my village. And I know there are a lot of people in our clan, in our community, that feel really comfortable here. We love this group of people. I am so thankful that after a long period of time, we have a lovely group of people here that I just feel very comfortable with. And I am involved with the Doris Day Animal Foundation. I love animals, and I met a lot of people before I met them personally. I met them online because they're all over the United States. And we used to go up to Doris Day's hotel in Carmel over her birthday, which was the 3rd of April, and spent 4 days fundraising money for the Doris Day Animal Foundation. And we would walk out onto the 18th hole of the golf course and sing happy birthday to her. So I have met people like I've met you online first and actually become friends with them. And I feel very connected to a lot of people that are in our community. So I want to thank all of you for being who you are and for being accepting of me, and to thank Florida for starting this channel, which was a place where we could all gather.
Which leads me to one other thing I want to remind myself to make note about you is there was a time, I don't know, a year ago, sometime, things were erupting in the channel. I can't even remember what firebomb had gone off. But I remember at some point somebody said they couldn't see you in the comments. And it
Right.
started this whole thing about people were blocked. Well, how come I was blocked? Blah blah blah. And I kept saying, just don't worry about it. I know this woman. Please, just if you've ever listened to me, it's not offensive at you, Sarah. When things got really bad years and years ago, when I first left, I think you said, I don't know, whenever you went over there, and she would block people, anybody in the
Well,
chat. If you were in that
seeing what she,
community,
seeing what she did to Jules of Thought, who is a psychologist, contacting people's boards of behavioral science, their licensing boards. That's why I know Carolyn is dangerous. Carolyn, listen to this. When I say dangerous, when other people say dangerous, we're not just talking about a limited definition of how you perceive what we mean. I'm talking about what you do behind the scenes. And I'm going to say right now, I made it very, very clear. I've made disclosures. It's been noted, it's been documented. I have never had one problem, not one, since I've been on YouTube. But since you decided to start talking about the person who's walking around the streets in YouTube in her blue dress, who is the least self aware of anybody I've ever known, I have had some very interesting things occur, and there's a clear timeline of when these things have occurred. So it's been very well documented.
Yeah, and Sarah doesn't play around. And I mean, if you can't figure that out, and again, another thing you're going to try and say, that everybody looks like they're 85 years old and curled up in fetal position, dying in a bed. Sarah, in my opinion, you, I don't know your actual age, but you said you were older than Carolyn, but you looked, I don't know,
I don't
50s,
know, but I'm 210. So
well,
you guys have
but I
got
mean,
you
she was
guys have
gorgeous.
getting a lot
Honest
of
to God,
comments.
you were like 20 years younger
Carolyn
than.
disclosed the year that I graduated from high school.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I just know
I
that
know
that's.
it doesn't matter to you. It
You
doesn't
said
matter
something
to
like,
me.
I couldn't believe you were that much older. You don't seem like it at all. And I don't mean that in a negative way because I'm telling you, when you look at you, you would never known it. I'm telling you, you're about 20 years younger. And I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. I'm not. I think Florida would say it.
Well, you're
Um,
very sweet.
well, and Jay, I mean, it doesn't matter anyway in the whole scheme of things. But I just want everyone to just know you the way, and I'm so glad you shared it with us. And it I don't even know. I can't explain how I knew the first time I saw you, but I kept saying, Sarah with the blue dress. I don't know. It's something about, and you were so supportive through dreaming. Before when we left, you sent thoughts, and then, we got closer and closer by emails. And then by the time she passed away, you really helped during that time too. And, you've been a blessing. You helping me get through a lot of things to help the community understand what's going on too. You know what I mean? I didn't know how to do all this. It's a lot.
There's been a lot of things that have been going on behind the scenes.
Yes. One thing you pointed out too, and in Florida, I'm gonna shut up because I gotta calm down. I have to go to sleep, y'all. I gotta get up early.
Yes.
I got a big day. Is her oh shit, wait a minute. Is Sarah, oh crap. One thing. Oh, okay, I'll think of it. Go ahead.
Oh yes, Davita. So funny. I was just going to ask, did Davita ever show up?
She
Davita,
said
you have to come up,
I just
please. I
dropped
need
her
to
the
meet
link.
you. Great. Oh, great. I just looked
Yes,
at the
come up because
chat,
I'm gonna have to go to bed. I mean, I hate to play tag out,
but
but
I really want to meet Davita in
it's
person
in yeah.
on our on panel. I really do. I told them last night. I hope that Davita comes
Thank
up.
you, Lori.
But what I said, you guys were getting lots of comments. They were thanking Sarah for her writing and her reading tonight, and you guys were just buzzing right on by them.
Yeah, you'll have to go back and read the comments. Everybody was enjoying listening to you, and especially you sharing. And I know it helped. I feel like all of
Hi,
us.
everyone.
It just
Yay.
Hi,
oh
Sarah. How are you?
Hi, Davita. I'm good.
I
How
was
are you?
listening.
Were you listening? Okay, I had no idea. I knew you weren't up on screen, but last night I was telling them I hope Davita comes up.
I was.
Thank you.
Oh, I really enjoyed
she
listening
just
to you.
wants to know what you had for dinner. Let's just cut to the chase.
I actually ate a little bit earlier than I normally do because I knew I was preparing for this, but I had some chicken and vegetable spring rolls with
Oh, I
peanuts.
love spring rolls.
So cute, so cute. Okay, y'all go ahead, you little California girls. Y'all talk. I'm on mute.
Yes. Yes.
Well, the weather's been halfway decent, but I'm just holding my breath for the heat.
Yeah, we're going to be getting it here pretty soon, but it has been kind of lovely. After the 4th of July, it'll get hard, but usually 4th of July, the mornings and the evenings are relatively cool.
Hmm.
I always remember needing a sweater, watching the fireworks, but it's afterwards that it gets hot.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we have had a little bit more fires this time
Yep.
of year than we normally do, which hasn't been good.
No, and I'm just praying it doesn't happen again here
Yeah,
this year.
it's fires scare me more than earthquakes.
Oh, me too. I can deal with an earthquake. It's the
Yeah.
fires that, because it just
And
you don't
see,
know
I
when it's going
remember
to
we went
end.
live about the fires, and you two, Sarah was in there, in the middle of
Sarah
it.
had him up
And
there
I'm,
too.
freaking out. Davita's at least online now. At least if something happens again, you can come on the panel and we can hear you. You know what I mean? Like it's so much.
Hmm.
I was a nervous wreck. I was like, good gosh. Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's scary.
Yeah,
And the
it's
waves on the beaches. Have you seen all that? How the waves are unbelievable.
Well, that's why I have been actually posting some shorts, not personal ones, other people's, of the Wedge in Newport. Zuma
Oh,
is a place I used to go to. And in fact, Zuma Beach is where my blue dress picture is taken. And there were some really gnarly waves at Zuma.
hmm
So yeah, and I did a tiny. I was a really good water skier. I think Heather and I would have gotten along really well, and snow skier. But I did, being born and raised here in Southern California, and I was a beach baby from the time I was born. A
hmm
little bit of surfing. So yes, I was have been very interested in watching. They're historical.
They are. I kept sending Florida different pieces, excerpts that I would screenshot. It's just unbelievable how treacherous. I mean, the waves, you would see them going in every direction. And for
Mm-hmm.
people to even go out there is
Yep.
ludicrous to me,
Yep. It is.
but
Well,
they
you
do.
were. Did you used to spend any amount of time in the ocean?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Nana,
So
life,
Nana,
I lived in
you
Long.
know what it's like to be knocked down by a big
hmm
wave and
It's
be
scary.
whirled underneath the water. That it is scary. You're underneath the water for a long time. And that's with waves not nearly as large as what we've been seeing, especially at the Wedge. I mean, the Wedge is known as being a very dangerous place because the
Right,
waves come in from different directions.
right. Exactly. It is
Lori,
scary.
Lori, thank you. But you guys don't have to do
Hmm?
that. That is not why I opened this channel.
What's he do? What's he do?
Look
What
at
Lord do?
that.
A super chat.
Oh, did you? Oh, Lord, thank you, Lord. That's so sweet.
That's
Yeah,
so
but you've been working
nice.
hard.
But like I
I
said,
mean, I was at work.
but thank you very much.
She was playing with StreamYards today with Sarah apparently, and they were on the phone even after I went to bed last night. So you've worked hard. Thank you too, and to the person that got us the transcript again. Thank you again. Love you. Okay, so I'm gonna log off. I love you all. I see you all in the chat.
I was
Okay.
very
Um,
honored to be able to do this
no,
for
no,
you,
no.
Heather. You
Listen,
know
I'm
I
gonna
did
keep
this
wait.
for you.
I know you did, and I can't thank you enough. I think everybody enjoyed it and has a better understanding. Anyway, all the things. But I'm gonna be listening while you girls talk.
Okay.
All right, love y'all.
Love you too.
All right, bye.
But
So, Davita, what did you have for
Love
dinner?
you.
would the boys cook you, Dave?
You guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
I knew that was going
Oh
to happen.
no,
When
honey.
someone goes out, they can't hear me after. I see,
I
Florida,
can
I
hear
can see
you.
you're saying something because I can see the ring around your picture.
Sarah,
I'm
she
going to
can
have to
hear
go out. I'll
us.
come back.
Or
Unless you're leaving now. Well, I can't even hear if you're leaving.
I can hear you.
Sarah, she can hear us, or we can hear her, but she can't hear us.
Oh, okay. It takes a while.
No, every time somebody leaves or comes out, it's got to be her connection because we thought it was my computer, and it's not my computer because I have done replaced that. So it's let me okay. Let me find Dave.
JC Ray, you're welcome. I don't know what you're thinking. Thank you, Florida. Are you leaving, JC Ray?
No,
Oh,
she won't
no.
leave. It's too
Okay.
early. There she
This
is.
is this is a whole new
Can you hear
experience
me?
for me.
Yes.
Okay. I knew that was going to happen when she left. I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, now it see now that I have the new computer,
Mm-hmm.
we done narrowed it down. It's your phone.
So,
But I don't know
Davita,
why
what did
I can't hear anything after that.
I know.
so what did you have for dinner tonight,
Can you hear
Davita?
me?
Yes.
Well, it was kind of boring. I had a tuna fish sandwich and I made salsa yesterday and I had some chips and salsa.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it was uneventful, but The heck.
Every meal does not need to be eventful.
Sandy's saying
And this one wasn't.
Sandy's saying that you did an awesome job and this was very easy to understand. Thank you.
Oh, Sandy Law, thank you. I'm glad.
We'll see.
I was worried about it. And you know, reading legal documents is hard. That's why I had to retype it and take out a lot, and because it was a phone thing. But thank you. I appreciate that because I was a little bit nervous about doing it for the first time. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you could stay. And I'm glad you're doing well enough to be able to at least stay awake a little bit longer tonight. So you're welcome.
Yeah, that was good for Sandy to be able to stay up like that.
Sarah even got to hear the voice today when he was leaving to see the girlfriend.
Oh, she did?
Yep.
Yeah, I did. He needs to be in radio, doesn't he?
That's what I said.
Yeah, he's got a radio voice. I kept you awake, Sandy? Okay.
But that's a good thing because
Finally got to sleep.
a lot of truth came to light in those 26 pages.
Yes. And clearly, a lot of truth came to light. If Carolyn had to do a members live only tonight while we were on, that says a lot. Carolyn, we don't care. You don't let your community hear anything but your own echo chamber. You're such a good creator when you only have subscribers only for a
Everything keeps
couple of
cutting out
minutes.
from before.
It does?
Cutting out for me?
Yeah, yeah, it keeps cutting. I'm not on my end. I don't think it's doing that to anybody else, just my end.
Oh, okay.
So keep talking because I think it's just me.
Okay.
See, Sarah's right. We don't care. The only reason we do is the awareness we bring on this channel. So nobody else gets caught up in that loop of lies.
Well, and the other thing was, it's not an issue of just her stopping and reinventing the narrative from many years ago when there were all sorts of other people in her community that are no longer there that she likes to trash, like Bitey Cat. The way that she has trashed Bitey Cat in the past was nauseating. And it's not an issue of her just ceasing to speak about her ex-community members that she says were not welcomed in her community. We left voluntarily, and I will make it very clear, as I've made it very clear to many people that are in our community, Carolyn never did anything to me. I left when I saw how abusive she was with her lynch panels, the way that she went after Dreaming and Heather and Sally Ann, even the way she went after BBT, the way that she has gone after Nana Patty and Lisa D. She is an abusive human being, and I have been an advocate for victims, and I've been here to support the people who were abused and harmed by her. Now, Carolyn thought she could play a little game and put out all sorts of little hints about who the blue dress was. Well, I took the wind out of her sails. Carolyn, I don't care. I gave everybody all the information. I don't need to hide. Never. In fact, you actually brought it up, Carolyn, that when I was first on your channel, I was under my name, Sarah Swan, LCSW. And you said my avatar was a picture of a bird. Well, I changed it when people said that you need to be careful and protect your identity on YouTube. But you've been just foaming at the mouth wanting to tell people who I am. And guess what, Carolyn? You freed me. Thank you. I appreciate it. But the fact of the matter is, you haven't just not stopped talking about us. We see how you continue to hurt people. We see how you continue to manipulate people. If you stopped it, we wouldn't be around. But the fact of the matter is, we are bringing awareness about what you've done to a lot of people in the past and what you continue to do.
See, and I told Sarah, I was asked what would I do in here if we ever changed from off of MERB? And I said, pick another channel, pick 2 channels.
Awareness.
Awareness for against the other, that's what it is. Because she's not the only one. There is quite a few. There's one down here, just across the Skyway Bridge. I mean, he is a grifter to the. Yeah. I mean, I'll admit, at least he goes out and he does Uber. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. But that's all he does. The rest of his bills are paid by his supporters, and that's crazy.
Wow.
There's another one up in Pasco County. His supporters and all the donations there bought him a new damn Jeep.
That's crazy.
Well, that's what JLR got from all of his supporters.
The grift of greed. It's disgusting.
Exactly. I mean, so there's 2 I know that has grifted so much off of this internet, off of these people, that they're, as well, Sarah told me, they're wolves in sheep's clothing, that they're buying brand new cars that half of us can't. Of course, I wouldn't want one at my age, but that's not the point.
I just can't imagine.
Me either. I can't imagine being able to sleep at night. I have a very happy life and I sleep very well. That doesn't mean it's not without problems, but I am a very happy person.
Well, I can tell you, Wyatt is a very happy puppy. He's in there sleeping.
Yay!
He's in there sleeping in the living room floor.
Davida, have you seen him?
Yes, he is so cute.
Oh my gosh.
And
Made me so happy.
Me too.
Yes. I was trying to keep up with the pages tonight, and his playtime is at dark, after dark. So I kind of fell a little behind in the pages, but you guys, they're all there, trust me. For the transcript, like I said, I fell a little behind in them as Sarah was reading them, because somebody had to go get tuckered out so he could sleep tonight.
Oh, okay.
Miss Coco is laying on the daybed. But I haven't seen him because Florida's last live went straight to private. You know why it did that, Beth? Because it kept telling me processing. And I live on YouTube so much that I forgot to release it after a process because it was on my phone.
Yeah, I wondered about that because I went back for some reason and it was gone, but then it came back up.
That's why, because if I do them on my phone like I did that day when I told everybody I was kind of scruffy and roughy looking, and I was tired, and I forgot him. But it can take up, for some reason, it takes up to 48 hours for mine to process through.
Hmm. But I think I was going to comment and I was surprised to not see it on.
Dave, yours don't do that.
What?
Yours don't take so long to process through.
Well, how long are yours?
That day I was only on an hour.
Well, I haven't done a video in so long that I don't know if things have changed. I'm not sure. When I put one out, I'll kind of keep an eye and see. You know, Sarah, you were mentioning about Doris Day.
Uh-huh.
Back in, I think it was, Tanya was born. So I think it was 73 or 74. Anyway, Doris Day, she went on Good Morning LA. And I think it's when
Yes.
I think Christina Ferrari was with Steve Edwards.
Right.
And we adopted a rescue that she
From her?
had shown on the show.
Yay.
Yeah. And that was really cool. But I loved her. She was great.
Yeah, I grew up loving her show.
Yeah.
My parents listened to a lot of music, and then I loved her movies.
Mhm.
And then, you know, she was so instrumental in being a part of starting Actors and Others for Animals.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then when she moved up, well, she started the Doris Day. It wasn't called the Doris Day Animal Foundation here in LA, but when she moved up to Carmel and she started the Doris Day Animal Foundation, I just have so much respect for her. Like Paris Hilton now, Doris Day used her celebrity to help others.
Right.
She wasn't drawing attention to herself. Her life was spent advocating for animals, and it's because of her and the other people like Joanne Worley and Betty White and Mrs. Richard Bayhart. I don't know what her first name was, but there's also Jackie Joseph, who was married to Ken Berry. They were all involved here in the Valley, in Burbank, you know, at the studios. Starting it, and they're responsible. It started out making sure that animals were spayed and neutered, and then they're responsible for our hotels being animal friendly.
Isn't that great?
It was they started a grassroots movement, and you know, a lot of people just don't even realize how that all started. The other thing is people don't realize she was the biggest female box office star for 4 years in a row. She was a major star, and people just kind of pass her off as being the star of the rom-com movies. She was a really great actress and an amazing singer, but again, putting all of her money and effort into helping animals, how can you not respect that? And I'm a big advocate in, you know, I rescue animals.
Yes. Oh, that's great. I love that. Yep.
I don't necessarily rescue them. I adopt rescued animals. Let me put it that way.
Let me ask you, this is just trivial or trivia, whatever way you want to put it. What's your favorite Doris Day movie?
Oh, it is my favorite. The movie that hooked me, I was 12 years old, and it was Alfred Hitchcock's The Man Who Knew Too Much.
That was great.
Jimmy
you want to know mine?
What? Yes, of course I do.
Young at Heart with Frank Sinatra.
I watched that during the holidays with Frank Sinatra.
My absolute favorite is Young at Heart.
Yes, it's a fabulous movie. Yeah. Now, have you ever seen Love Me or Leave Me with James Cagney?
Yes.
Now she's a great dramatic actress.
Yeah, she is.
Do you know the story about how she got that role?
I don't.
Well, James Cagney worked with her before in a weird movie. It was during the war called Starship, and they were all like entertainers that were entertaining the troops. So he had met her earlier, and when he was presented with that film, he said, "I will not do this film if Doris Day is not cast." And he gave her top billing. He respected her so much that he was not going to do that movie without her, and gave her and James Cagney, of course, was a
Yeah.
major star, and he gave her top billing in
Wow.
that and Calamity Jane. The Calamity Jane
I
was
love
her
that
favorite
too.
film, but I Love Me or Leave Me and The Man Who Knew Too Much, Young at Heart. Now,
Midnight.
have you ever seen her very first movie, The Romance on the High Seas?
Yes. Yes.
She's darling.
Yes.
That was
But I
she
love
never
old
had
movies.
acting.
I love the old
Yes.
black and white, the 1940s, 50s. I love those.
And it makes you her films always kind of make you feel happy.
Yeah.
If you're down, that was the one thing when we would go up and sing happy birthday to her. Now, it's a big feat to clear a golf course.
Yeah.
And the Quail Lodge golf course, that's an expensive golf course.
Well, Carmel's expensive.
Yeah. And so the timing was always, when is she getting her out to the balcony, clearing the golf course, calling us at the Cypress Inn, that we would drive over to the Quail Lodge. And then it felt like a pilgrimage to me, walking out onto the 18th hole of the golf course, which was right underneath the terrace of her property, to sing happy birthday. And her fans meant everything to her. But it was just, I remember the first time I went up there, I thought, I never imagined it. It makes me want to cry. I never imagined I would be singing happy birthday to Doris Day.
I mean, that is something when you think about it, especially if you know what kind of star she was back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, she was huge, and people think she just did the rom-coms, which were great.
No.
I mean, her and Rock Hudson were
I
best
love
friends.
those. Yeah, those were great too.
Yeah, so a lot of my friends.
She was talented,
that I've had
not just comedy.
Pardon me?
She wasn't just comedy, like you said. She was a very good dramatic actress as well.
She was really, and it was her band singing that I think actually gave her timing. That she knew how to entertain people. She never took one acting lesson.
Yeah,
not one.
Yes, that's true.
Michael Curtiz, who did Romance on the High Seas. Michael Curtiz did what, Casablanca? I mean, he's a big major actor. He told her, "Do not. You are such a natural." And what so many of us, when we met, as I was saying earlier, I guess maybe you were in the chat, I am friends with people that I originally met online, like we've all met here. And we've met in person, and I have friends from all over the country that, when they come into LA, we come and visit and we go and do different things. We've become personal friends. But meeting out there, we would say, if you were really sad, all you had to do was watch a Doris Day movie, and it lifted your spirits.
Yeah,
and who she is as a person is shown through her acting. And that's what you were able to pick up. She's a very genuine, caring, authentic human being who had a very generous soul.
In Carmel, she used to take her bike and ride it. I mean, when she was still younger, when she got older, she stayed home more. But she used to just go right out with the people. I mean, she was very approachable.
Very well. She used to ride her bike in Beverly Hills from her home in Beverly Hills. She used to ride it to Nate Now's, the deli, and people used to go to Nate Now's and sit with her and have, lunch and breakfast. And there were no gates. I mean, she was known as the Beverly Hills dog catcher or something like that because she had so many dogs at her Beverly Hills home. The neighbors really weren't very happy about it, but she didn't care. She told a story about when they first were starting Actors and Others and Animals. In fact, Jackie Joseph is the one who tells the story
I
that
love
they
her.
were going out, and I know isn't she great?
She's so sweet.
They
Yeah.
they were going out into the streets of Burbank, and they were taking dogs out of yards that were, like chained up, and they could tell
Well,
that they weren't being cared about. And before Doris Day got involved, the issue about animal welfare was always on the back page of, you probably remember, the Green Sheet.
mm-hmm.
And once Doris Day got involved, it would make front page news. And she would laugh on the days that they were going out saying, I wonder, we might get thrown in jail today. That will really make the news and draw attention to our cause. She was a very funny human being as well. But do you know about her train accident?
What? Now you're talking back really
When she was-
early in her years.
When she was a child.
Yeah, isn't that what's because she wanted to be a dancer?
A dancer, and it
And that's
shattered
what
her
ruined
leg.
it for her leg.
Okay,
Yeah.
Purple Fam says that Prince rode his bike everywhere too.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
did he?
so cool.
Yeah.
Where they allow their fans to just interact with them. It's so
Mhm.
nice.
I love it. Yeah, I do love that.
Yeah, when I was talking about a little bit about my personal life and having some involvement in the entertainment industry, I've known some that are just the most down to earth, approachable, unpretentious
Yep.
people. It's so refreshing, and they do things that don't draw attention to themselves.
Exactly.
That's my kind of person.
Yeah, me too. I like those kind of people.
Yes, I'm seeing Valerie. It's funny today. The actors today don't want to be bothered.
No, they want paid and leave them alone.
Yeah. It's not like the old Hollywood, that's for sure.
No, Valerie. Doris Day's son was not married to Candice Bergen. They were a couple, and in fact, they were a couple and lived in the house together, but had moved out where Charles Manson's followers murdered Sharon Tate.
Well,
But-
they wanted to kill him.
They thought that she and Terry had security for a year because Charles Manson actually had been to Doris Day's beach house and stole a telescope off the porch. He wanted Terry to produce his music because Terry was the Beach Boys producer. But they weren't married, but they were boyfriend and girlfriend for a long time. And together they lived in the house on Celio Drive where the Manson murder of Sharon Tate and others occurred. Horrible. They were very, very, very scared.
I remember that night vividly.
Those murders changed the face of life here in Southern California.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was so scary because they didn't know at first who did it. And people were thinking, where are where's this person? They didn't know how many there were. They knew nothing at that moment. And then as time went on, of course, they found out. But that was terrible.
Oh, that was very, very scary. I remember being very scared. Yes,
Yeah.
JC Ray. His last name was Melcher because Martin Melcher, her husband, adopted him.
Right.
Her Terry was a child from her first marriage. She was married to a musician who beat her and actually put a gun to her pregnant belly.
Yeah.
She did not have a charming life.
No.
Doris Day did not have a charming life at all.
Well, and her last husband left her broke. She owed
Yes.
millions.
Yes. And had signed her without her knowing to the Doris
Yep.
Day TV show, which she didn't want to do. You would never know it watching it,
Yep.
but it made her money back. Yeah,
Right.
she had to do that show, and she was millions of dollars in debt because her husband and their attorney, investment attorney, stole money.
Yeah. I mean,
Can you
she did not
imagine?
have an easy life.
No, she did not have an easy life. So much respect for her, and she didn't announce that.
Nope.
So
Yeah.
yeah, she is the reason when her 90th birthday occurred and I was watching a lot of the celebration. I was just so excited to finally see her because I hadn't seen her in a long time, and I remember seeing the pictures that were published in the in People magazine, and I looked at her and I thought, I started to cry thinking she's okay.
Yes.
People were saying she's a bag lady and
No.
she does this. She was okay, she was happy, she was well, but she is the reason why. And this is another disclosure of Carolyn's, as she was trying to dox me, saying that I was some kind of pet specialist. Well, I became certified as a pet bereavement specialist because my career as a therapist, I did a lot of work, death and dying, and out of admiration and respect for her, I became a certified pet bereavement counselor because of her influence on my life and what she did with hers. So,
Oh, that is cool.
yeah.
You all are learning a lot about Sarah that none of us knew.
Oh,
And
very
I'd never even talked to Sarah until last night.
Last night. I know. Are you okay, Florida?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, David, I had my first StreamYards. I had no idea when I told Heather and Florida I really needed to talk to them before I came live tonight. I had some questions. I had questions about how I was going to be coming on. I had no idea how this whole StreamYards worked. And I had questions that I wanted to talk about, just to clarify with Heather about what I was going to be covering.
right.
And I thought we were going to be having a phone conference. And the next thing I know, I'm live on camera. And I had been out working on my patio. I'd been out at the nursery. I bought several white birds of paradise, Florida. I bought birds of paradise yesterday. So I was working outside. So when I came on live, when Heather says that she saw me last night, I was not anticipating being on camera. That was a total surprise, but we had such a good time. We had a really good time, but I do understand that is a lot of how the communication occurred while Heather and everybody else was in Florida or in New York, and that you were involved in that, like daily, finding out how things were going. That's how you guys get together and talk. So it was really fun.
And when she went to New York, I'm telling you, I thought I was going to have a nervous breakdown at her not getting there in time. I'm thinking, oh,
Yes.
Dear God. I mean, I was like, Heather, you got to get going.
He functions the opposite of me. I'm very organized.
Oh,
so
I
was very nervous too. I was really nervous.
Sarah J wants to know if you treated the animals or the people.
Oh, no. I treat people who have lost their animals.
That's great.
One example, it was a pretty heavy duty situation. A large dog drowned in a pool, and the girlfriend had been making very clear statements about how the gates that were around the pool needed to be locked, and the boyfriend forgot, and the dog got in and drowned. And so it was not just an issue of dealing with the grief of the loss of their animal, but her anger
Yeah.
at him and the blaming, and they actually split up.
Wow.
So in that case, I did both, but I also, one of the reasons I also did it, because there was a time I was thinking about moving out of California,
Mhm.
and most mental health professionals' licenses aren't, um, there's no reciprocity in other states. And I was not interested in going through state boards, studying
Oh
for
yeah.
state boards again. And so one of the reasons PEP bereavement counseling was, um, attractive to me is I don't have to practice under my license.
Oh, that's good.
So it was like I can move out of California and I can still do counseling.
Hmm.
There was no way I was going to sit for state boards again. I mean, there was just no way,
Yeah.
especially because, Carolyn, I am so old.
Where would you want
I'm
to move?
almost,
Didn't live in
I'm
California.
almost as move a scooter.
Hey, I'm gonna be selfish on that one because whoever that was still told me I was 200, yeah, like 200 years old.
Oh
Stupid.
God,
Gosh.
that's crazy. Like it really mattered.
But
Yeah.
see, that's okay because whoever put it in there looks like a horse's ass, so it don't matter to me.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. What do I care what they think? I have no respect for them.
No.
None whatsoever.
Sarah, where would
Well,
you move if you didn't live in California? What would be your place to go?
well, that was the dilemma, Davita. And I know you're looking at Tennessee, and I do have a lot of friends from high school that have moved to Tennessee.
Yep.
There are places in Tennessee that are very nice, but my dilemma, back to earthquakes, was where do you go? Because there's natural disasters everywhere. I don't want to be in Florida. I don't want to live with the humidity. I don't want to live with hurricanes that hit every year. They're unpredictable. The anxiety of putting storm windows up and sandbags, and then they either don't hit or they do. Then there's places where there's tornadoes and all the anxiety.
Hmm.
So earthquakes just hit. You have your earthquake preparedness stuff. They hit and you deal with it afterwards. There's no anxiety before. So I've thought about Lexington, Kentucky,
Hmm.
the southern part of Kentucky, like Louisville, Kentucky is really nice. My friend Florida that I told you, my friend Carolyn, my friend Susie that you liked to bring up. Obviously, you've been perusing my internet presence, who's now deceased after breast cancer 3 years ago. She went to graduate school in Louisville. And so I went there. Cincinnati, Ohio is nice because you don't get as much snow as you do northern. So, not Arizona, not Nevada, not hot like you. I'm not interested in hot.
Uh-uh.
I'm not interested in Oregon or Washington because I have been born and raised here. I'm used to the sun and I would probably get depressed with rain and clouds all the time.
Hmm.
So Tennessee is an option.
Hmm. Yeah. There's, well, my son, when, before he was moving there, he really scoped out the whole state of Tennessee. And Franklin, where he went, has the least of like the tornado. I mean, he has it down to where their house was built. It was built kind of down a little bit, and where the tornadoes, they don't hit, or hurricane, they don't hit right where they're at very much. It kind of goes past that. Not that it
Uh-huh.
couldn't, but that's how much in depth he researched
He
all this.
researched.
So
Smart.
if I did go there, it would be Franklin.
You'd
Is where
feel
I would go.
safe.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and you want to be close to him, obviously. If you're
Right.
going to move, you want to be close to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have friends that have horses, and so they bought big pieces of property, with the for the horses, and it's green. Kentucky, literally, when I went, in fact, my friend's birthday was the day before mine, and hers was May 7th, mine is May 8th, and the Kentucky Derby is always the first Saturday
Hmm.
of May. So one year while she was in graduate school back there, I went back there and we celebrated our birthdays together and did go to the Kentucky Derby.
Oh,
But
cool.
it, but it is the bluegrass state. The grass in Kentucky literally looks blue.
Really?
Yes, it does. Yes, it
Yes.
does.
Oh,
Yes,
Well,
it is gorgeous.
well, it is bluegrass.
wow.
It really is. I mean,
How the
it's
heck
not
do you get
green.
bluegrass?
It is the color of it.
Yep, it's pretty amazing. It's beautiful. And the other thing that was really interesting, being that so many horses, the purebreds and the training that goes on back there. My friend grew up with horses, and her father and always took her to the horse races. I didn't grow up going to the horse races.
Mhm.
So whenever we would go out, we were always taking apples and carrots and food, and we would drive along, these roads in the middle of nowhere where the huge ranches are, and stop to feed the horses, and they would come up to the fence. Well, the horses in Kentucky around Louisville and Lexington are very spoiled. They wanted nothing to do with our food. But that was them driving around. It's like, wow, Susie, the grass really is blue here. This is just amazing.
I got to see pictures of some bluegrass. I didn't know. I really did not know that.
Yeah, that's the bluegrass state. That's what it's called, the bluegrass state.
Wow.
It's gorgeous. And she was born and raised in Ohio. We met out here when she moved out here. We were still in our 20s, but she was my friend, my whole life until she passed away 3 years ago.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, she was a good buddy. She was a really good buddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was always, in Ohio and Cincinnati. My ex-husband was born and lived in Cincinnati when he was younger, and he had family there. So when I would go back and visit her in Ohio, she moved from California back to Ohio at some point when her father died, and she actually took custody of her stepsister, who was her son's age. So she moved back to Ohio for that reason. So I used to go back and visit her all the time. And one time when we went back, we went down to visit my husband's side of the family in Cincinnati. And Cincinnati's really a nice place as well.
I've never been there either.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
very
Dave.
nice.
What floor? Oh,
See the hints of blue in it?
a little bit.
Yep,
It looks more blue in real life.
it really does.
Yeah. I mean, it was shocking.
I mean, but that's nice, lush grass, I'll tell you.
Yes, it is.
Wow, I like that flower bed too.
But yeah, it actually is. It has the blue tint.
Okay,
to
I
it.
can kind of see when you get close. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Wow,
Yeah, see,
that is crazy.
it does have a blue tint to it. So, like I said, you actually see the fields of it, and it's
Wow.
crazy looking.
Yeah.
It really
yeah.
is.
Well, when you go back to Tennessee's not that far. Well, I don't know where Franklin is, where your son is, how close that is to Kentucky, but it's a nice, weekend trip.
Yeah, it doesn't take that long to get there.
No.
He's about 40 minutes from Nashville because he works in Nashville.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never visited Tennessee. I would like to, and I would love to go to Nashville.
That's where I want to go to Nashville when I get there.
Never been to Nashville. I was in Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg and
Gatlinburg, huh? Yeah. History. There's so
Yeah.
much history back there.
went to Dollywood.
I like
Did
Dolly
that-
too.
That's
did
another one. So much respect for Dolly Parton.
We did that one for our honeymoon.
Did you really?
Oh, nice.
Went to Kentucky. Yeah, went to Tennessee.
Little hot shot.
I'm walking away for a real quick second to use the restroom.
So
Okay. So how's Wyatt doing?
He is doing extremely well.
Good.
He's almost potty trained.
That's great.
Um, him and Coco wants to play at night when it's cooler. They want to sleep all day and play at night.
We
But
can't blame him because of that heat.
that's it. And he really does have a fur coat.
Mm-hmm. Well, you really can't cut too much of a German Shepherd, can you? Or can you? I don't know.
You know what? That's my next project. Because I don't know squat about German Shepherds.
I don't either. I don't think I've ever seen a shaven German Shepherd, or if I have, I don't remember.
So yeah, I don't know nothing about them.
Yeah, I can't
So
see that, but maybe
that's
somebody.
my next research project. But right now I'm on the, which I'll probably never get through it all. All the stuff that's, what do they call it? The Gilded Years?
Gilded Years.
Back when back when I'm trying to think. Blah, 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 blah. The Vanderbilts and
Oh, you're not
all
talking
of
about
them.
those now. You're talking about you're researching the Gilded Years.
Not I'm not actually researching it, but I didn't know they actually, when they built them homes, they had shallow hallways between the walls.
Well, I didn't know that either. What
You're
was
talking
that
the
for?
Gilded Age?
Huh?
Are you talking the Gilded Age?
Yes.
Okay.
But why
Yes.
did they have that?
Because they had their servants, but the servants were not seen.
Oh.
Oh.
So it's like they would have back
Mm-hmm.
staircases from most of the time they said the kitchen was in the basement. So they would walk up the back stairway and they could walk through the inner hallways and just never be seen.
That's sad.
You know, they were there, the servants were there, but never to be seen.
Wow. Wow. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. That's like
The division of classes.
yes. That's like I learned about the silver tray with the cards on it.
Okay. Don't know.
They were calling cards back then. This person stopped by and they would have the doorman would leave the card on the silver tray.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And then they had special folds on this corner or special folds on that corner or these two. It's just how they prioritized who was important to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Wow. So there was a lot of oh, I can't think of the word. I mean, it seems like a lot of people weren't even acknowledged, if they didn't come from a certain background.
Socioeconomic background.
Well, that's like they
Oh, they're called Adventures in Besses. They were called servant halls. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
that's like they were saying that You could tell if you were high in the ranking if you had a English, like now we call them butlers, but back
Hmm.
then they were I can't remember the name of what they called them, but they had a special name. But you could tell if you had the money, yours was English.
Oh.
Okay.
Huh. Now, what made you get down? I mean, I have been down so many roads, Florida, with you that you sent me to. And I go into a rabbit hole and I can't get back out. Now, what made you go into the Gilded Age?
I hit new on YouTube and it popped up.
So why not?
Oh, Florida, I love you. It cracks me up how you find
Let's
the
go on an adventure.
Uh-huh. And then she'll say, "Oh, you need to look at this," and then she'll send me something, and then there I go.
It's very
There's my
cool.
Gallus right down the road.
Right. Well, as you said today, Flor, we need to keep our brains working and keep our brains young, right? We don't
Yeah.
want dementia. Got to
Yeah.
keep those brain cells
true.
growing. That was what I said about doing the research on this lawsuit. I'm used to doing research. I want to keep my brain healthy and alive.
Yeah.
It was learning something new. One of the things I learned about myself, I think that I would have been a good prosecuting attorney. Because this whole the victims advocates and standing up for justice, and I've had to do my fair share of dealing with people that are horrible human beings that you have to stay on top of and fight legally, and I've won, and I've thought, I didn't know that about myself. If I hadn't been a therapist, maybe had I been encouraged to go in that direction, I could have been a good prosecuting attorney.
Mm-hmm. Did you have to go to court much with the job you had?
No, but the interesting thing is my first year of graduate school, the first year of graduate school, your internship was not in your focus. So my first year of graduate school, my internship was in family and children. I worked at a place called 5 Acres in Altadena, right up where the Eaton fires were.
Uh-huh.
And I did a lot of child abuse reports, and I ended up having to go to court and testify on behalf of 2 children during my first year internship. So yes, I served as a witness in a child abuse case my first year of graduate school.
Wow. That had to be hard.
It was it was one of the things that was hard about it is the agency and the way of thinking, like with Department of Children's Services, is family reunification. I probably had filed, it was a 3-year-old and a 9-year-old, both females.
Mm.
The 3-year-old had been sexually abused. The 9-year-old was being physically abused. The 9-year-old's abuse later on her abuse was emotional abuse, witnessing the abuse of the 9-year-old. But the agency really wanted me to kind of work on family reunification.
Really?
And in the end, well, it wasn't necessary, because it ended up being, they were taken away from the home and they were placed in 2 separate homes. And that was some months before it went to court, maybe even more than some months, because the internship was a whole year long. And I started the case in the very beginning. But what was hard is once those kids were detained, I couldn't be their therapist any longer.
Oh.
And then we had to go to court. So meeting with attorneys and being trained. How are you a witness? What do you have to know? How do you act? If you're uncomfortable or if you don't understand a question, just say, could you please rephrase that a different way? It helps buy you time to clear your mind and think about how you want to react. But the children's service worker came up to me. I did see the 9-year-old the second time I testified in court. She did not have the dark circles under her eyes. It makes me want to cry again. She did not have the dark circles under her eyes any longer that she had the entire time I treated her. But the worker said, I want you to know she knows you saved her.
Oh, boy, that must
So
have really meant something.
that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Oh, I
It's
hope they
you
got
ended
it.
up finding out that you helped somebody, and that the 9-year-old knew that I had helped her get away from a horrible situation. And the fact of the matter was, they didn't go back. They were adopted out.
Oh,
That's
good.
how bad the abuse was. But my supervisor in the end, and the people that I worked with there, said, we want to tell you, always trust your gut. We tried to talk to you about ways to reunify this family, but you were right. Those children did not need to go back to their home. That's why often people will see me writing in chat
Hmm.
or in the comments of, some of our videos.
Hmm.
Trust your gut. Our
Yeah,
gut is our second brain. It
that's
tells
right.
you the truth before your brain tells you, before rational thought comes
Hmm.
to mind.
That's
Your
true.
gut tells you the truth. That's
Yep,
women's
that is true.
instinct.
Yep, that's very true. Your
So
intuitions, you really
your
need to listen to
intuition,
them.
our intuition is our gut. Our
Yep,
gut is our second brain.
that's right.
As I told Florida and Heather last night, the largest nerve in our body is connected, our
Hmm.
brain to our gut. It's called the vagus nerve, and it's the largest, longest nerve in our body.
I agree. You do have
So,
the.
so yeah, thank goodness that was the only time I had to go to court. It is a nerve wracking. And the school, USC's department, the master's program, they were very supportive because it happened at the time that we were turning in final papers, so it was the end of the year, and they said, if you need more time, you don't need to finish, we understand what you're going through. But like you, Davita, I'm pretty organized person, and I didn't want to carry my papers into summer. I got them all done, but they were
Yeah.
very understanding, and said, if you need more time, we understand what you're involved in. And it is very, I was placed in a second year internship during my first year of
Oh.
school. So they said, we understand that you're in a very difficult situation, but I, one of the things that I have thought about writing about is I have so many inspiring stories of people that I've worked with under horrible, horrible circumstances who turned things positive, or helping people die a good death, meaning they get to choose how they die. People don't understand. Doctors aren't the boss. You
Right.
got stage 4 cancer, you don't have to have chemotherapy.
Hmm.
But they'll try, because we came into this profession to save lives, not let people die. People have the right to make their own decision. For me, that was very exciting work.
Hmm.
And to help people die that kind of death, I have working at County USC Medical Center, the
Hmm.
largest trauma center in Los Angeles. It's
Right.
a teaching hospital. We saw the worst of the worst. I saw people. I'll tell you a story. I had a husband and wife who'd retired. They were from Venezuela. They were both doctors. They were traveling around the world. Their first stop was Santa Monica, California. The woman had a brain aneurysm.
Mm.
She was unconscious, and that was their last stop. But she was in our ICU in our hospital for months and months and months and months.
Really?
And the husband happened to go to school with the president of Venezuela, who was here in Los Angeles and had a parade. And this man went to the parade and met up with his old school chum, told him what was going on. The president of Venezuela sent his medical team to come and evaluate the woman, and they made a plan and sent the president's airplane to transport the woman back to her homeland where the husband wanted her to be able to die, where she was born and raised. And the day that the medical team came to visit, I used to go in 3 mornings a week at 7 o'clock in the morning to do doctor's rounds. That's how I learned about the brain. I did doctor's rounds, went bedside every morning with the neurosurgeons, and I learned what was going on with people with pituitary tumors or, brain aneurysms or blunt head trauma, helping to identify John and Jane Does that were picked up off the street with no identification and they were unconscious. But so the morning that they were doing doctor's rounds and the medical team from Venezuela was here, we had people from all over, not just General Hospital, but it's USC's Keck School of Medicine, the university hospital. So the room was just filled with people, and I had no idea this was going to happen. But the neurosurgeon looked at me and said, "Sarah, how would you like to present this case?" I was like, really? Okay. So that's a story about helping a woman and her husband get through a horrible tragedy, and how, his connection helped to get her back home. And
you should write a book about all that.
That's, I've had people tell me, you have had so much experience and have such good stories and you write so well. So, I have all sorts of ideas and I have all sorts of papers and notebooks all over the place. But as I told Florida and Heather, you know how they tell you, do what you're passionate about? And recently I had been trying to write about my mother and, our relationship and her death and just different things. And it was very difficult. And I have been involved with watching injustices occur on YouTube by one particular woman for 6 to 7 years. Mm-hmm. And I have been, obviously, you all know, I've been very passionate about this. And so why not write about it? Thank you, Carolyn. You gave me my subject matter. My experience on YouTube as a mental health professional, seeing how people are abused in this alternative universe where everyone thinks that you shouldn't go real life. You shouldn't be telling people, people just, there's no accountability. There's no responsibility. You're never held accountable for how you hurt other people, and to watch people have no remorse over it and think that they can get away with it over and over and over again. Yep. I'm very passionate. I, Carolyn, am a victim's advocate. You are not. And I've been a victim's advocate since I was a teenager. So right now, I am very passionate about what we all are here on this channel for. And I decided that's where I'm going to focus my writing, because that's what I'm really interested in right now.
So that's where your passion, because they do say that, to follow where your real passion is. Because if not, it's not going to be there.
Right.
To do what.
So, I finally decided to take that into consideration. And as you could hear, I'm very passionate about a lot of the work that I did, and I have already started to do a lot of writing. One of the things that I want to do, which is one of the things I started doing on my channel, is, I know you, Davida, love music, and I love music.
Yeah.
And you can listen to a song and it brings back memories. And so what I would like to do is write a story about, what I did, but then attach the song that kind of goes along with it and incorporate the writing and the music and the story all into, something creative. And in the past, you couldn't do that writing a book published, but with online publication and with the computer, I've been putting links to YouTube songs in with my posts that kind of go along with the post. So I've been trying to incorporate that. And it's been fun because it's an idea I had for a long time and I wasn't sure how I would pull it off. But now with modern technology, it's possible.
Oh, yeah. I like that idea where you're putting the music into the situation and what you're writing. So it all kind of melds together.
Yeah. There's another story. A woman came here with her 4-year-old son from Korea. Her husband was in the Korean army, but she came here for her father's 80th birthday. And the 80th birthday, I guess, in Korea is a big birthday. So she brought her son with her. It was her youngest son. The older kids were able to stay at home, and the father was in the army in Korea. But her father was a security guard. And the first night here, they were in the living room and it was late, and he had a late night shift as a security guard, and he nodded off with his head on the desk, and the little boy walked over and pulled the gun out of his side, and the mother was laying on the couch, and the bullet went off, and it ricocheted throughout the apartment, went through the back of a grandfather's clock, and hit the woman in the brain.
Oh,
And she was half brain dead.
no.
And I had to contact through, like, the American Red Cross can contact the army in Korea. I mean, it's a whole big thing. So we could get the husband to come here. And then I got a hold of, like, the Pacific Asian Center, because I wanted to make sure that this boy was not going to be blamed by the family.
Right.
Because it was an accident, you know, and culturally, you just don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
But everyone, you know, got here for the day that they were going to remove her from all life support. And the little boy came up. He was very inquisitive, looking at all the tubes that were coming out of her. And so anyway, that happened. And that day when I left work, walking out to my car, I got in my car and turned on the radio, and the song came on, See You in Heaven. You know that song, that the guy that sang the song about his son that died?
Oh, Eric
Yes,
Clapton.
Eric Clapton. Yes.
Clapton.
And I mean, that song came on the radio, and I just burst into tears, you know, because when you're doing all that work, you're just doing it. That's what you're trained to do. But I got in my car and that song came on, and I just burst into tears. And I thought, how weird that, you know, so that song is now forever connected to that case.
Yes. I think that is really something to put the song to a story, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Ladybug Toes. Yeah. Tears in Heaven. Exactly.
Yes.
That's Eric Clapton, Tears in Heaven. Everybody's, yes, good. See, you got to look at chat, because
I can't, if I
up.
go into chat, I'll knock myself where I won't be able to hear you. So I haven't been able to see chat, but hi, chat.
Yeah, I have my computer and a phone sitting here. So I'm looking at my phone at the chat and then looking at the computer with us.
Well, ladies, I love you all.
Gotta go now.
Yep, I got to tuck Miss Coco in so she can get an hour's sleep.
Okay.
Florida, thank you so much.
Thanks, Floor.
for
Thanks,
having me up.
Thanks, Heather.
Thank you, Davita, for coming up. I really appreciate it. I love meeting you now, officially.
You as well.
Yay. And now I'm comfortable. I'll be able to come up on panel more frequently. And thank you, chat, so much. I didn't get to read all of it. I'll have to go back, but I was told you were very supportive, and I do appreciate it, because it's the first time I've done anything like this. And I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. And we have a great community. It's fabulous. I love you all.
Love you too.
I want to thank you all. Sarah, thank you for coming and doing that tonight.
Yes.
You're welcome.
No,
My
it was-
pleasure.
It was definitely a prolonged thing, but we all just had to get and I apologize to chat, because, you know, we just, when it comes to three of us, we have to fit our schedules together to do things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took a while.
But
That's okay.
yeah, hey,
It
it's
happened
out.
when it happened. You know,
Yep.
It happened when it was supposed to happen.
Yep.
Yep.
I do believe in things happen when they're supposed to.
Yep. But yeah, I got to get little Miss Coco tucked in before her brother comes home.
Night, Florida.
We're
Night,
getting-
Coco.
We're
Night,
getting close
everyone.
to the we're getting close to the time where he won't be coming home anymore.
To your
Who? What? Who's not coming home?
Dio, Coco's brother's moving.
Oh, he's moving. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Story for a different time. Go to bed. Night, everybody. It was a
Night,
pleasure.
everyone.
Thank you.
So yeah. Good night, everyone. Thanks, Dave, for coming up.
Okay.
you.
I
Bye.
want to thank you all,
I
Lori.
feel so honored.
See, guys. Sarah made her debut. Y'all need to come on.
Just the
We
beginning.
can have
Yeah, we can get 10 people up here, right?
Yeah,
We
we
can
did.
get 10 people on StreamYards. Let's build our panel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have great discussions.
Yep.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right.
See, I'm just as happy sitting. I was happy sitting down there for however long. I can just sit back here and push buttons.
The button pusher. I know the button pusher. That's so funny. I love that.
You.
Hashtag the button pusher.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Night.
Good night, everyone.
Good
Thank
night.
you all. And we will talk soon. Definitely.
Yes.